Good afternoon, evening. Welcome to the Escondido Union High School District Board of Education meeting, January 13th, 2026. We would like to call the meeting to order and establish a quorum. We have board member Durney present via teleconference Zoom, board member Weller, board member Vincent,
Here.
board member Williams,
Present.
and board member Knight also present. There are closed session items 1 through 7. Is that correct then? Or is that 1 through 5? Closed sessions. Closed session items 1 through 7. And do we have any public comment on closed session items? Okay. Hearing no public comment for closed session items, the board will adjourn to closed session and return to open session at 6 p.m. Thank you. Hey, good evening and welcome to the Escondido Union High School District Board of Education, the regular meeting, January 13th, 2026. We will be reconvening the regular meeting. We established a quorum during closed session. We have all board members present with one board member. Board member Durney is joining us remotely, and just want to do a sound check really quick. Board member Durney, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Wonderful, thank you. And our two student board members, welcome. So we have established our quorum. At this time, I would like to introduce our interpreter. So there is a Spanish interpreter for this meeting. Meeting attendees who would like to listen to the Spanish interpretation of the proceedings may pick up headphones from the table located in the back of this room. This announcement will now be shared in Spanish. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Yo seré la intérprete de español de esta junta. Los asistentes que deseen escuchar la interpretación en español pueden utilizar los audífonos que se encuentran en la mesa ubicada atrás de la sala. Gracias.
Thank you. Also, as a meeting announcement, this meeting is being webcast live and recorded. The recording or webcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting tonight, and thank you all for being here. So with that, we will extend our welcome, and during this time of the meeting, we invite our student board members to recite our mission and vision for the district.
Hello and good evening. I will be reciting our mission for tonight. So our mission is to empower every student to graduate preparing for college, career, and life through excellence and learning.
Our vision here at EUHSD is to relentlessly pursue, with optimism, equitable support for all students to navigate a changing world by providing rigorous and relevant learning experiences that strengthen their capacity as open-minded and invested collaborators, effective and thoughtful communicators, resourceful and creative problem solvers, curious and analytical critical thinkers, and informed and compassionate community members.
Thank you both. At this time, we will be led in our Pledge of Allegiance, and board member Vincent will be leading us in the pledge. Hey, and thank you. This evening, we're excited to be introduced to our Inspirational Student of the Month, and we are pleased to have our representatives from Valley High School here this evening. I don't see Principal. Is he there? See you? Okay, you're hiding back there. Principal Espinosa, please come forward and share with us this evening.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Good evening, Board President Christy Knight, Superintendent Peterson, and members of the board. I am truly honored to stand before you as a proud principal of Valley High School. Go Grizzlies. It is my pleasure to introduce Valley High School's Inspirational Student for the month of January. Choosing just one student is a challenging task, as Valley High School is home to many deserving individuals. Despite facing various personal challenges, these students show up every day. They make significant progress and contribute to the vibrant community at Valley High School. At Valley High School, our mission is to guide students on their journey towards graduation, ensuring they are prepared, they are well prepared for both college and career. We firmly believe that the pillars of respect, think, participate are essential in helping our Grizzlies achieve success, both at Valley and in life. This evening, I am joined by two remarkable Grizzlies, our inspirational student, Ariel Chavez, and two of our nominating teachers, Ms. Sharon Clark and Ms. Chris Bersovsky. Ariel exemplifies the Valley High School pillars of respect, think, and participate, RTP. She is consistently courteous and respectful. Ariel participates fully in her education, participates in extracurricular activities, and serves as a student representative on the Valley High School's School Site Council. Perhaps Ariel's greatest contribution to Valley is her willingness to help her peers achieve their goals by offering help during class, or by taking time to listen when a fellow Grizzly is having a bad day. Now, I would like to ask Ms. Clark to come up and say a few words and to introduce Ariel.
Good evening, Superintendent Mr. Peterson, Escondido Union High School District Board President, Ms. Christy Knight, members of the board, distinguished guests, Valley High School community, students, family, and staff. Tonight, I have the honor of recognizing an extraordinary young woman whose presence at Valley has been a gift to all of us. Please join me in celebrating our Inspirational Student of the Month for January 2026, Ms. Ariel Chavez. Ariel arrived at Valley High School at the start of the 2024-25 school year, and during this short time has made tremendous progress and a lasting impact. Ariel has been an amazing student to have in class. During her time in our AVID class, she worked hard on preparing for her future after graduation. She was a dedicated student and helped others in class. Ariel is a true Valley Grizzly and was involved in all parts of our school. She didn't just join one or two activities, she jumped in everywhere. Ariel has been a familiar and steady presence, running the scoreboard at sporting events, helping shape school culture through our culture club, lending her time to the game room, sharing recipes and smiles in cooking club, and serving our community through Interact Club service events. She helped organize and run our family nights, movie nights, and making those evenings welcoming and fun for everyone who attended. What sets Ariel apart isn't only how much she does, it's how she does it. She is the kind of person who sees a need and steps up without being asked, without expecting recognition or reward. She is determined, intelligent, with a quick sense of humor that brightens any room. She is kind and deeply helpful, a student who models the very best of Valley High School. Due to her work ethic, focus, and her commitment to her future, Ariel has achieved something remarkable. She graduated a half year early. This coming spring, she will be attending either Palomar College or Escondido Adult Ed to study phlebotomy, a path that suits her generous spirit and desire to help others. I'm assuming that's what I have no doubt she will put her whole heart into her studies and into every role she takes on, and I know she will excel. Ariel, thank you. Thank you for showing up, for serving, for lifting others up, and for making Valley a better place simply by being yourself. We are proud of you. We celebrate you. And we can't wait to see what to accomplish next. Please join me once again in congratulating Ariel Chavez. And now, it's Ariel.
Good evening, Superintendent Peterson, Board President Knight, and members of the Board of the Education. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you. I want to start by thanking my teacher, Ms. Sharon Clark, my principal, Mr. Espinoza, and all the teachers and staff at Valley High School for selecting me for this recognition. During my time at San Pascual High School, my mental health was a concern, but Mrs. O'Sullivan provided essential support to improve my situation. I chose to graduate early from Valley.
The community at Valley was welcoming and open-minded. The office staff ensured I stayed on track by encouraging me to attend classes regularly. Moving between schools was challenging for me. I transitioned from SP to Del Lago, back to SP, and finally to Valley. Initially, I was unsure about choosing Valley over Escondido, but my desire to graduate early led me to make the right decision. Contrary to the negative rumors, Valley was a positive experience. The campus was clean, the people were welcoming, and the RTP program offered a wonderful environment. Mrs. Bursovsky, my connections teacher, was outstanding. She was kind, thoughtful, and laid back, making a significant impact on me as both a person and a student. I admire her greatly. Mrs. Jagir, my U.S. history teacher, was incredibly passionate and energetic. She brought positivity and enthusiasm to every class and has made a lasting impression on both Valley and its students. Mr. Felix was down to earth and passionate about his subject. He encouraged my creativity and helped me create amazing art pieces. I apologize for not mentioning every staff member at Valley, but please know I appreciate each and every one of you. Attending Valley taught me not to judge others based on appearances or rumors. I learned the importance of understanding individuals beyond first impressions. As Winston Churchill once said, "If you're going through hell, keep going." I endured hardships during my high school years but persevered. Despite experiencing difficult times during high school, I kept going. I am grateful for my family's unwavering support, the encouraging staff at Valley, and the Board of Education for this opportunity. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
And I'm so glad that you found Valley and that you found a place like I found when I was your age. RTP changed my life, and so did all of the supportive teachers there. As Mrs. Clark was describing you, I imagined you as a caretaker, and I didn't even know that before she said that you wanted to get into the phlebotomy program. So that's really amazing. I just donated blood today, so you can use my arm whenever you want to practice. I'd be happy to donate my arm to you. But you have a heart of service and serving your community, and with open arms, it seems like your hospitality is just very warm. And so congratulations. We have some great plaques to share with you. First, we have a plaque from County Supervisor Jim Desmond's office recognizing you as the inspirational student. And we also have a certificate of recognition from our California Assembly member, Darshana Patel. Another. Okay. And then this is on behalf of the Escondido Union High School District Board of Education. We're honored to present the Inspirational Student Award to Ariel Chavez on January 13th, 2026 in recognition of your outstanding accomplishments and what is to come for you. So congratulations. You're very welcome. Okay, thank you all from Valley High School. Thank you. Bye. Bye-bye. This to our report of action this evening. So our report of action taken in closed session will be presented by Board Member Williams.
In closed session, on motion of Board Member Weller, seconded by Board Member Williams, the Board of Education voted to approve physical education waivers case numbers 343 through 514 for the 2025-2026 school year by a roll call vote as follows. Approval, Knight, Williams, Vincent, Durney, and Weller, with no dissenting, no abstaining, and no absent. Item number 2, on motion of Board Member Weller, seconded by Board Member Williams, the Board of Education voted to approve graduation waivers case numbers 44 through 47 for the 2025-2026 school year by a roll call vote as follows. Approval, Knight, Williams, Vincent, Durney, Weller. That is 0 dissenting, 0 abstain, and no absent. Let's see. In closed session, the board voted unanimously to ratify a separation agreement with a bilingual tech assessment, right? And that's it? Okay. And then I have another one, but I think it requires a motion. Is that a different part of the agenda? Me up later. Okay. And that is it for closed session.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. That brings us to item 8, which will be to approve the board meeting minutes of the December 16th, 2025 meeting.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And because we have a board member attending virtually, each vote this evening will be a roll call vote. So, Hannah Ibrahim, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay. Nathan Versamina, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Durney, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Board Member Knight. Okay. Brings us to item C9, which is to approve this evening's agenda with any additions, deletions, or corrections. And at this time, I'll ask the superintendent, do we have any additions, deletions, or corrections?
Yes, we have one deletion. We will be deleting item H5, which also happens to be on the consent calendar, but we will delete it from the agenda altogether and bring it back to a future meeting.
Okay. Thank you. So with that, I would need a motion to approve the agenda for this evening with the deletion of item H5.
I'll move to approve.
I second.
Question. The consent calendar comes up next, right? Okay,
Correct.
cool.
Okay, so we do have a motion and a second. So Student Board Member Ibrahim, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Student Board Member Bersamina, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Board Member Weller?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. Okay, that brings us to item C10, which is to approve the consent calendar. The consent calendar are items on the agenda marked with an asterisk. And all matters listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine or sufficiently supported by prior or accompanying reference materials and information as to not require additional discussion. A motion would enact all consent items. I'll continue to read this. There would be no separate discussion on the items on prior to the time of the board vote. The current items on the consent calendar are F1, G1, G2, H1 through H7. Do I have any members that would wish to pull any items off of consent this evening?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I would like to remove from consent H1, H2, H4, H6, and H7.
So H1, H2, H4, H6, and H7 to be
Yes, please.
discussed and voted on independently.
Yeah.
of the other items. Okay. So pulling those items from consent, do I have a motion to approve all other items listed on the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the rest. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Student Board Member Ibrahim, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Student Board Member Bersamina, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay. And Board Member Weller?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. That brings us to section D on our agenda, which is our recognition and presentation. So at this time, it's our student and staff recognition, and that will be presented by Superintendent John Peterson. Take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. To start off with some student recognitions, we'll be recognizing students from Valley High School. Congratulations to the following students from Valley for completing all graduation requirements at the end of Q2. Isabella Bryce, Brittany Camacho Santiago, Ariel Chavez, Armando Garcia Herrera, Sofia Hernandez, Marcos Jaramillo, Saul Jimenez, Jackson Randall, Eric Sanchez, and April Vera Guillermo. To recognize their achievement, all students will be invited to participate in the Valley Early Graduate Assembly to recognize their achievement, and all students are invited to participate in the June graduation ceremony. We are proud of you, Grizzlies. And I have some staff recognition from Escondido High School. Congratulations to Escondido High School's Kelly Ladendorf Bowden for being selected by the California State Athletic Directors Association as the Norm McKenzie Rookie Athletic Director of the Year for San Diego County. The award is presented to athletic directors who, within their first 4 years, have demonstrated exceptional leadership and dedication to their profession. She will be formally recognized in April at the organization's state conference. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, it brings us to D2, which is our student board member report. So we will have a report from both student board member Hannah Ibrahim and Nathan Bersamina. So who would like to go first? Take it away.
Hello, Board of EUHSD. Thank you for showing up tonight. Once again, it is my pleasure to present to you the recent events of the previous months from the Escondido High School, San Pascual High School, and Escondido Adult School sites. At Escondido High School, our student council is continuing to work towards our Despicable Me themed pep rally on January 23rd, next Friday. This includes hosting a school-wide spirit day in honor of the film, encouraging staff and students to wear yellow. Escondido High's Bring Change to Mind Club has hosted a week-long marathon of events following students' return after winter break. Mental health activities and awareness announcements have been promoted throughout the entire week of January 6th through January 9th. Boys baseball is continuing to recruit new members during practice, while boys basketball continues its season strong alongside sideline cheer. Their next game will take place tomorrow, January 14th, against Mount Carmel. Coming back strong at San Pascual High School, students embrace their school spirit by attending a school-wide soccer game against Orange Glen High and holding a nest or their student section on January 6th. SP's boys basketball team will be playing against Ramona High School tomorrow on January 14th as well. On January 7th, ASB applications open for new students to participate in the student council and bring forth new ideas for school events. On January 23rd, SP will have its second annual Club Rush and food sale, promoting student involvement in extracurricular activities and peer-led communities. At the Escondido Adult School, students will be able to participate in a special opportunity tomorrow on January 14th for an information session on a wide range of Palomar programs and trades. The session will help guide adult students towards earning degrees, certificates, and achieving greater goals for their personal career pathways. And that concludes my second report on Escondido High, San Pascual High, and the Escondido Adult School. Again, it's always my pleasure to report updates and insights from our campuses, and I'm looking forward to giving you my next report. Thank you.
Hello and good evening. So hello, members of the community and our board. I'll be presenting my report on Valley High School, Orange Glen High School, and Alago Academy. Starting off with Valley High School, we have several important events happening this month. On January 6th, students participated in volunteering at the San Diego Food Pantry. On the 7th, the school hosted a basketball game against Monteco High School. On January 14th, Valley High School is hosting a parent RTP orientation night to inform families and about academic progress and expectations. As Renaissance testing is also taking place during this time, also at Orange Glen, which I don't like, but we have to take because they're important. And on the 15th, the school is also conducting parent progress meetings to discuss student performance. And later that day, they'll be hosting a basketball game against Twin Oaks High School. At Orange Glen, we had one major event this month, which is the Patriot Pit on January 6th, which was our soccer game against San Pasqual, which they hosted. And our theme was USA, as it corresponded with our school colors. The event was very successful and energetic, and we had very strong student participation. The school spirit was so high that the announcer at SP mentioned that Orange Glen's crowd was way louder, considering that they had their whole school there. So I'd consider that a win. And I would say that Orange Glen is also preparing for our spring pep rally, which is scheduled to take place on the 23rd. At Del Lago Academy, they had a Fun Friday event at the gym, which allows students to relax, enjoy school spirit activities. In addition, the school also prepared for their boys soccer game next Thursday, and they're planning a rowdy crowd. The theme for this event is jerseys, and the game is against, just want to make sure I'm pronouncing this right. Guajome High School. Thank you so much. That is my report for this month.
Wonderful. Thank you both for your reports. We do so much enjoy your reports. And from what it sounds like, I know the Battle of the Bear has always been football games, but American football games, but I'm very curious if we can get another Battle of the Bear going for our soccer games. So there's an idea. Thank you again. Brings us to item D3, which is a presentation this evening. So D3 is our annual LCAP metrics presentation, and that's going to be Dr. Casa. So please take it away.
Start here and test it out. Okay. Evening, everyone. Thank you, President Knight, members of the board, cabinet, members of the community, and folks visiting us today. Thank you for being here in person or virtually. So I wanted to start off by reminding the board that in September of 2025, we presented the preliminary CAS results as well as the preliminary dashboard results and additional student achievement metrics. Since then, the state has published the official dashboard results in December for the 24-25 school year, and we have comparable CAS results as well. Today, we will be reviewing our official dashboard results for 24-25 and related mid-year progress. Okay. We go back. Thank you. We'll start off with a quick reminder of what our LCAP goals are. Number one is to improve academic achievement. In goal one, sorry, trying to get this thing to stay stable here. There we go. In goal one, we have things like graduation rate, A through G completion rate, CAS scores, and AP pass rate. Goal number two is to improve professional learning for our teachers, classified folks, and administrators to improve goal one. Goal three is what additional supports can we give to students so that they improve in goal one? Things like extra tutoring, college field trips, funding CTE programs, and other credit recovery programs so that they're successful in goal number one. Goal number four is funding additional events and parent education events, parent meetings, our district LCAP forums, our site level parent LCAP forums, so that parents are educated in how they can assist their students to improve in goal number 1. And finally, goal number 5, there we fund things such as campus security guards. We pay for SROs. We have our cameras, and drug prevention programs as well are some examples of things that we fund in goal number 5. And the theory of action there is, if kids don't feel safe, they can't learn. So summary is goals 2, 3, 4, and 5 all support goal 1. Brief overview of our student demographics. I think we've talked about this almost every single board meeting. We do see a trend decrease in enrollment. Current enrollment is at 6,044 students, but I want to draw your attention in particular to our unduplicated students, because LCAP funds do have to directly support unduplicated students. And those are English language learners, students who are economically disadvantaged, SED, and our foster and homeless youth. Okay. Our unduplicated percent is about 82% district-wide. And I also want to draw your attention in particular, and I'll come back to this number, of our foster youth plus homeless. We have a total there aggregate of 173 students that are either foster or homeless, and that represents 2.8% of our total student population. I'll come back to why that's important in a second. Okay. Goal number 1 has a lot of different metrics, as I mentioned before. One of those metrics that we are bound by at California EduCode is 9th grade achievement. That is why it is one of our LCAP goals. And the measure that we choose to look at in 9th grade, since there is no 9th grade CASP or CAST or any state standardized achievement measure, is our 9th grade pass rate for English 9 and Math 1. I'll start off with the math pass rate. You'll notice that our goal was to increase the percent of students that received a C or better in Math 1 by 2%. What actually happened last year is a slight decrease by 0.5%. I will mention that for the past 3 years in a row, we've had an increase in the percentage of students that passed Math 1 with a C or better, so that is a small decrease. And I'll also add that our mid-year progress on this measure is not officially reported because it's not an LCAP goal, but it is a mid-year progress goal. I will share with you that our current pass rate for all math courses, Math 1, 2, and 3, so for upper grade levels, actually improved by 2.5%. So last year, while our freshmen did slightly not as well in Math 1, overall, right now, our pass level for Math 1, 2, and 3 increased by 2.5%, meaning the students that pass math with a C or better. So on the other side, you'll see English. Our goal was to increase the percentage of 9th graders that received a C or better by 2%, and it increased by 1.1. And it's a similar story there. We'd come off of 3 consecutive years of growth in the number of students that passed English 9 with a C or better, a slight decrease in 1.1. And the same is true there, that the percentage of students that pass all English classes 9 through 12 actually increased by 1.75% in this last semester 1 grading period. So while we had a slight decrease last year in just 9th grade, overall we did increase. Okay. Our Renaissance data, as you heard our student board member right now share with everyone, we gave our sites a window of August to September to do assessment 1 and November, December to do assessment 2. What you see there is the percentage of students grades 9 through 11 that are at grade level. You'll see that in the August assessment, it was 59.2% district-wide. And for the November, December assessment, 63%. For context, our district CASP met or exceeded percentage last year was 55.4%. But keep in mind, this represents in the grades 9 through 11. So really what we want to look at for a prediction, if you were a forecast, would be 11th grade. And that's not up here, but I have it. It's 58% for 11th grade, which is already higher than the 55 that was last year. So we're headed in the right direction with one more practice right before the spring CASP. Okay, and that's current for this year. Can we go back? There we go. Math cast practice. Okay, this one's a little different. This table represents math cast practice for juniors only. This is different than the Renaissance data that was for 9 through 11. This is for juniors only because if you recall, in November of 2025, the board approved a new software called EdLEA, specific for math cast practice. So we're having that rollout happen, and it's happening right now in January, where our 9th and 10th graders will start using EdLEA. So we should have some data soon with that. But that's the reason why this is junior level data only. Okay. I'll start off on the far column first. You'll see practice number 1 row. I'll go all the way to above standard. When they took it in August, it was 15%. When they took it in November, it was at 18%. There's 3% growth. For context, our last year met or exceeded district-wide was 20.6%, headed in the right direction. With one more full interim assessment in the February-March before the CASP. Again, these are juniors only, which is when they actually take the CASP. But I think more importantly there, if you look at the below standard, there was a change there from the August to November. August, there was 42% students that were below standard. Now there's only 10%. That's a change of 32%. And the near standard in August was 43, now it's 72. So even if we can get half of those 72 over above standard, we would be above the state average. So we are, again, headed in the right direction there as well. And again, that is the math practice for juniors only. Okay. This next slide you've seen before, but this tells the story of our last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years there in comparison to 2021, 21, 22, because those previous years were either no test or a hold harmless year there. So you'll notice that last year, as I mentioned before, ELA met or exceeded was 55.4, which represents a 3-year difference of 12% increase. And then math is 20.68, which is a 3-year difference of 6.5% increase. Okay. You saw that, no changes there from September. This one you did not see, and these are our science scores. In 22-23 was the first year it was given. 23-24 was a baseline year. In 24-25, now we're actually on the dashboard. So now it counts as an official accountability metric in the California dashboard. And so you'll notice 3-year increase there as well. And also, we're right on the state average for science. So I know sometimes we like to know the reference points, and we are right at the state average for science examinations. Question?
Yeah, so in terms of all the practice tests that we are doing through Renaissance as well as the math one, I forget the name, are we going to add a science version of that?
I knew you were going to ask that, or someone was. That's a question I would ask. We haven't done it yet, but we have to work with our science act to do that, and I'm sure that that's something that we can work with our teachers to start incorporating. We're also well aware of assessment fatigue. It's something very real for our students. I mean, you heard a student board member there, like, not super excited about Renaissance, so we have to figure out what that balance is. And also our teachers, not, they know it's necessary, but sometimes it's not the most exciting thing to give up is your fun instruction that you're doing. So we have to balance that, but we'll work on that.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes.
Science CAST test, when is that given? What grade level is that given?
Yeah, so we have some discretion there, but it can be given in 10th, 11th, or 12th. If you recall, the A through G requirements are 2 years of science, and typically most students are done with their science requirement by 10th grade. For us, that typically means a combination of biology and physics, and so we test most of our students in 10th grade. If for whatever reason there's a gap in a student schedule and they don't take it, then they would take it whenever they take their second year of science, that being 11th or their 12th grade year. It is risky to, as a system, say everyone will take it their junior year because A, they're already taking the math and the ELA, but also they may not be enrolled in a science class their junior year or their senior year. So most of our students test their 10th grade year.
That's the one we have flexibility. Is it student by student flexibility, or is it site, like, how does that work?
It's system, it's school site flexibility and district flexibility. Okay. We don't give individual student flexibility for that assessment. To do that would be logistically challenging.
So are we encouraging most students then to to complete both years of science are we in sophomore year then? Are we?
Designed in their 4-year plan as it's an expectation that would take 2 years of science and be done with their science requirement by 10th grade. If they can get a 3rd year in, awesome, because that is preferred in most college admissions. But the minimum for college admissions is 2 years.
Dr. Cass?
Yes.
I ask you a question regarding, you mentioned physics and what else is considered?
Biology typically is taken in 9th grade and 10th grade physics typically.
Okay.
Although there is some changes there. Sometimes it's chemistry in 10th grade, but typically it's 9th grade biology, 10th grade physics.
Sciences that are.
We also have anatomy.
Okay.
We also have AP physics, AP chemistry. But generally it's biology and physics.
Okay, gotcha.
Dr. Casas,
Yes.
first of all, thank you for implementing all these things.
Mhm.
You've worked really hard, you and your team, and it's starting to show. The one thing that I'd kind of like to see going forward as well is like a confluence of Renaissance, report card scores or, grades, and then CASP. Because one of the things, we're showing on goal number 1, 9th graders passing ELA in math, you're at about 73%. And then when they're taking the CASP, it's dropping down to, luckily we're at 72% near standard. Potentially I could view that as, 79% are at C or better, or is that D or better?
Yeah, I'm not sure which one you're looking at, but
I'm so sorry.
but I think the point is taken. We've answered this type of question before, and there's even from the field, it depends who you ask, right? So one implication is there grade inflation, right? Or is the assessment that much more difficult than what assessments our teachers are giving or we're giving as a system? That's an implication. The other way to look at it is, are we going to judge a student's learning by an assessment they took 1 or 2 days versus 180 days plus 180 days plus another 180 days, 3 times 180? We have more evidence of what a student has learned in 3 years in our school system than in one assessment. So the idea is that you triangulate, and that's why you have all these multiple measures. You have GPA, you have standardized assessments, you have SATs, you have AP exams. Another way to look at it is some of our students do really well in AP and then get a C in a class, right? Like, well, you passed the college level course, why'd you get a C in a class?
My daughter was in that category.
So it's
A and AP, and she failed the test.
But I think it is interesting data to look at. What I would just caution the board is to make inferences on that. But it is important to look at.
Okay.
So brief highlights because we have more data to look at. I'll just start with ELA. All comm sites, with the exception of Orange Glen, exceeded the San Diego and California average in ELA. The state average in ELA was 56.9. And I'll get to a comparative table, so you'll look at it in a second. In math, Del Lago now exceeds the state average in math, and Orange Glen doubles its performance in math and is almost equal to Escondido High School. And in science, EUHSD science achievement level is now at the state average for 10th grade. Now some interesting comparison data. You have a table here on your left-hand side, and I'll just read what this table represents. This is a comparison of non-charter San Diego high schools with greater than or equal to 63% unduplicated percent students with more than 650 students enrolled in their school. Obviously, we have a lot more smaller schools around the county, but that's what this table here represents on the left-hand side. I'll hit you with some highlights here. 3 of our sites are in the county top 10 for comparable school rank and index. And the index rank is the met or exceeded in ELA plus the met or exceeded in math. Okay, so we have 3 of our sites in the top 10 for comparable school rank. Number 2, Del Lago Academy is ranked number 1 in the comparable school rank by 9 index points compared to number 2. Number 3, Orange Glen is a top performing school with a UPP rate of 90% or higher. So when you compare Orange Glen to Hoover High School, Crawford High School, Sweetwater High School, Lincoln High School, and Cajon Valley, Orange Glen outperforms them. And number 4, local public school comparisons with schools that don't have the 63% or above unduplicated rate. You'll see there on the bottom right there, we reference Ramona High School, Mission Hills, San Marcos High School. So San Pascual and DLA have a higher index score compared to Mission Hills, San Marcos, and Valley Center, despite a significant difference in UPP rate. And finally, number 5 there, you'll see the local charter comparison up there. Escondido Charter with the 40% UPP at 123, Classical 22% UPP with 122, and Altus Charter 77 UPP with 45.8. Altus is the closest UPP comparison. Questions, comments on the comparison table? Okay. And here we have AP exam pass rate. You'll notice that our goal was to increase by 2%. We increased our district pass rate by 6.1%. I'll note that this is a historic high for EUHSD, so we're very proud of that. AP course enrollment, our goal was to increase it by 1%. It decreased by 0.2%, so almost negligible. I will say, though, that those who did enroll in AP course took more AP exams and passed more AP exams, so that is encouraging. State seal of biliteracy, you'll notice steady growth there as well. Our goal was to increase by 2%, and the number of students that obtained a state seal of biliteracy increased by 3.7% last year, so we're very proud of that. And then you'll notice, I don't know how to get rid of that, but another time. Okay, there we go. All right. And then you'll see our A through G completion rate. These are the percent of students that meet the minimum requirements when they finish 12th grade to be admitted into a UC or CSU. Our goal was to increase it by 2%. We actually increased it by 2.6%, and this is another historic high for EUHSD. 52.4% of our students meet the A through G requirements. That is something to be proud of as well. Like I'm in and out of range, maybe. That's true. Can you help me on the click there, please? There we are. And now we have ELL reclassification rate. Our goal was to increase the percent of students that were reclassified by 2%. It actually decreased by 9.7%, so we did not meet our goal. One of our areas of growth in particular is the percentage of students that are classified as long-term English learners, LTEL, that the state officially started documenting last year as a demographic that needs to be targeted. So those are students that have been in our school system for 6 or more years and have not been reclassified as English proficient by taking the LPAC. So we're going to work with our site level TOSAs, our admin teams to really brainstorm how to help improve that. But this is an area of growth for sure, in particular for LTELs, which is an area of growth statewide as well. And here we have CTE enrollment. You notice our goal was to increase by 1%, and we met that. We exceeded that. Our enrollment increased by 1.9%. And then I think more importantly, the percentage of the students that actually complete a CTE capstone, our goal was to increase that by 2% and increase by 2.8%. And that's been steady growth for the past 3 years in both of those. So we're really happy with that.
What's kind of cool is that 52% were A through G and 43% are CTE.
Yeah,
So
and that's
just-
the ideal,
yeah.
the increase in both,
Yeah.
correct.
Good job.
And next you'll see our graduation rate. Our goal is to increase it by 1%. It did increase, but a little below the 1%, it increased by 0.8. But I will point out that we're still proud of that because that was the first year without the grad waivers, which our students were getting accustomed to for the past 3 years. So without the COVID era waivers, we still increased slightly. So still proud of that work. Great work by our counselors there. And then our dropout rate also, I would say, directly attributed to the grading practices of our teachers and our counselors. Our goal was to decrease the dropout rate by 0.5% and to decrease by 2.6%. So we met that goal as well. Go on to the next one. Chronic absenteeism. Here, our goal was to decrease that by 0.25%, and we actually decreased it by 3.5%. So we met and exceeded that goal with steady improvement there for the past 3 years. And again, these are students that are absent more than 10% of the year. So that's more than 18 days because there's 180 days. So we've done well there, but also we increased our ADA as well last year, our average daily attendance. Our suspension rate here, our goal was to decrease it by 1%. It increased by 0.5%, but I think I'll echo the board sentiment there that we're okay with that if our admin teams are enforcing our school laws and our school safety standards, because if students are violating ed code, then we should hold them accountable. So we're actually okay with that in suspension and expulsion. And just a summary here, notice math achievement increased, ELA increased, science achievement increased, A through G completion rate increased, historic high there. CTE completion increased, graduation rate increased, state sealed by literacy increased, AP pass rate increased, historic high, attendance rate and chronic absenteeism both improved. Areas of focus, work with our site teams to improve the English reclassification rate specifically for long-term English learners. Number 2, foster youth and homeless achievement across all areas. Remember, I started with pointing out that we have a total of 173, which represent 2.3% of our district. We did not do them service, and they didn't perform well in most areas. So we have some work to do there, and we need to improve the supports that we give them via our social workers and our wellness centers. So we have some work to do there.
Dr. Cassis?
Yes.
So what is your plan for that? As somebody that's been in both of those categories, I know how tough it is. What is our strategy for
There is
supporting-
really to lean into our experts, which are our social workers and our
Okay.
counseling teams, and empowering them to give teachers some tools where we can provide some supports to students. A lot of it is just access to basic needs we know impacts student learning. So if you don't have a safe place to go to bed, you don't have access to clean clothes, if you don't have access to, taking a shower every day, it impacts your learning.
Yeah.
And all the trauma that comes with that. So really lean into our social workers and our counselors and helping them give those tools to our teachers that see our kids every day.
Thank you for taking.
I would also reiterate our community partner, Escondido Education Compact,
Absolutely.
is a huge community partner that can really support our youth in this area.
Absolutely.
How do we get them into homes, though? I mean, that's the thing.
They do incredible outreach work with families
Yeah.
and students, and they have, staff members that go to homes.
Yeah,
they
site visits,
yeah,
all kinds of things.
They're very active. So I'd love to actually have them out for a presentation, perhaps at one of our board meetings, just so the rest of the board could understand what they're doing.
I second that.
Okay,
That's a great
good.
suggestion. Thank you so
I'll
much. I
set up
appreciate
the
that.
Meeting tomorrow, Thursday. Thursday.
That would be great. And then the last area I would say is continue with math improvement plan implementation. I'm happy to report we had our second board math subcommittee, and our elementary district joined us as a collaborator, and they've committed to joining us for the next upcoming meetings, which I think is a gigantic step. In addition to adding the 3-year grad requirement, all the work we're doing with EdLEA and our math team. So we're excited, we're encouraged by the progress, but we're committed to getting better. So
Blue skies. Good job.
I have one question that I didn't ask at the time of the slide.
Okay,
I think it was related to the dropout rate.
Okay.
I was curious if we were to capture students, let's say, through adult ed to do the GED or a program there, are they still considered would they still be considered a dropout if they don't graduate from one of our comprehensive sites?
It
Let's say
depends.
Beverly doesn't capture them.
Depends when they go to adult ed. In some cases, yes, and in some cases, no. So if we're able to identify that they're not going to meet their graduation credits at Valley, for example, or at a comp site, and it's within, their grad 4-year grad cohort year, then they might be able to make it in adult ed. Sometimes that happens too late because we want to continue giving them the opportunity to do it at Valley or at a comp site. So it depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
Okay, thank you.
One last question. What
Yes.
do you contribute this increase to?
In like most measures, I mean, I think it's a collective effort, but you have to start with the teachers. They see our kids every day, 180 days a year. But you know, it's not just them, it's our counselors, it's our classified staff, and it's our administrators as well. I think it's been really nice to have the work that we did with the Arc of Learning and our studio model and collaborating with our teachers to get that work in, and all of the TOSA work and intervention work that we've been doing. There is no single answer or magic bullet. I think it's a collective effort of all the systems working in one way.
A good formula.
Yeah.
We can keep it up. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Board Member Durney, do you have any questions? Hearing none. No. Can you hear us? Okay.
No question.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Hearing none. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Dr. Casas.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is another presentation we're excited about this evening. So item D4 is our student nutrition services, and this presentation will be presented by our director, Christina Casares. Welcome, and you have
Hi.
someone else with you.
Welcome. This is also Sandra Duarte. She's my coordinator. She'll be up here helping me today. So good evening, board members, Christine Knight and John Peterson, board members and student board members. Way to go. We're just going to talk about a little bit about our program and about some rules and regulations and things that are oversight with our program. I have a little clicker too. Not gonna work. Thank you, Scott. This is our mission statement. We came up with this mission statement with the input from students, from staff members. And one of the biggest things that number one thing that they wanted from us is quick meal service. Is that pretty true with you guys? Yeah. And that's one of the mission things that we really input with our window service going to a speed line type of service. We have reduced our service times for students from 20 minutes to just about 10 minutes. So imagine serving about 900 to 1,000 students in 10 minutes. Yes, we are really quick service. And oh, I just wanted to point out real quick, the picture over here with the student in white, those are our START students that come to our kitchens, and they gain real world experience by working in our kitchens. So it's a win-win for both of our programs. Perfect. Sandra.
So as you can see, we serve a lot of meals. Over the course of a year, we served over 1 million. Every day we serve over 6,000 across all 5 schools. We have about 55 staff, and with that, about 45 of them only work 3.5 hours a day. So it's a lot of food that we're pushing out, and quality meals. Let's see here. Typically, high school's participation is between 39% and 50%, as well as breakfast, it's between 22% and 25%. Our participation is over 50%. With since the introduction of California meals, universal meals, we have had an increase of 8% participation. So we have a lot of kids that are eating with us every day.
There you go. I went too far? I did. Sorry, this thing's going backwards. Oh, it's going all the way through. Can I go back? Okay, right here. Sorry about that. So we are very, very regulated. We probably have one of the highest regulated programs when it comes to school foods. We have not only state regulations, California, which has stricter rules, even from USDA. So we have the oversights by USDA, but also California has their own rules, which even is even sometimes, like I said, stricter. We have this type of compliance. It impacts our menu planning, our purchasing, our documentation, and our service practices. These programs are regularly audited. We have audits every 5 years for the big program, every 3 years for our separate program, every 8 years for our procurement practices. So we're always almost in an audit year every 2 or 3 years. And I have some really good news. We just ended our audit last week, and I've been here for almost 19 years. It's the first time I've ever had 0 audit findings. I'm really pleased about that. So we already talked about that. For flexibility, we do not have a whole lot of flexibility when it comes to changing meals and meal patterns. What we are given for strictness on calories and sodium, we have to abide by those. And again, we're audited on every item we purchase. So if we even purchase, a taco sauce, it has to meet all of those requirements. It's very hard, sometimes difficult and challenging for us. Hopefully this works. Perfect. One of the things that we really got hit, like the USDA is really wanting us to do is this Buy American. So 51% of items that we purchase for the unprocessed foods needs to be made here in America. And the unprocessed foods, like the fruits and vegetables, they are gearing and wanting us to do 100% here in either California or across the US. So some of that is challenging when things are seasonal. If we have to buy cucumbers that now we're buying them from South America or Mexico, those are now still wanting us to require us to try to buy them here. But if we can't, we have a limit of about 10% that they're giving us a little grace period for purchasing here in California. And then in a couple of years from now, it's going to reduce down to 5%. So they're only giving us a little cushion of percentage that we can buy. So we have to pick and choose what we want to buy here. And if something doesn't meet that requirement, we either can't serve it or we have to go find something else or something that we can replace it with.
Is that limited by cost too?
Yes.
I imagine so.
It
right?
is.
Yeah.
So it's basically taking every single invoice that we have, divide it by what's domestic, non-domestic, spits out that percentage. And we barely made it. We were at 9% during our audit. So, and the 5%, I know it's going to be very difficult. So we'll be switching some things up.
Yeah.
As the dates come by. So
Actually, just to let you know, I met with our state assemblywoman in our district. It'd be interesting to know your thoughts after, I'll get in touch with you through the superintendent of the things that are just too restrictive. Right. It's like the state was going to be like, no gasoline cars sold in 2035. That's probably not going to happen.
Right.
So the fact that you're restricted down to 10%, I mean, unless you're going to buy frozen cucumbers, which sound horrible, it's not possible because we have seasons.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ew.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But we are definitely actively looking for different items. We do our research. We look at all the other different products we have. Manufacturers are trying to now come up with ways to make their products here so that we can purchase from them. They know that it's coming, so they're trying to be here in the USA to make their foods. So it's also helpful for us.
Okay, so obviously there's a lot that goes into our meal planning. It's sodium, it's calories, it's fat. There's a lot. We have different categories that we have to meet for breakfast as well as for lunch. Some of the differences between breakfast and lunch is for breakfast, it's 1 grain that we have to serve, while lunch is 2 grains. This year is a new thing where a grain can be counted as a meat or a grain. So that's one of the new rules. Let's see here. Sorry.
All right.
Also for breakfast, we don't have to offer vegetables, but we do for lunch. As you can see, we have to offer, dark red or orange vegetables, beans, legumes, lentils. These are things that we have to offer every week. And we use software that we implement. We put everything in that we are going to serve and make sure that we have everything so that we're compliant. These are some of the new regulations that are coming out. So this year they have lowered sodium as well as added sugars for cereal and milk. I'm sorry, cereal and yogurt. California has also added that flavored milk be non-fat. That's another regulation. July 1st of 2027, our sodium is actually going even lower. As well as, when it comes to making meals, we want to make them as appealing as we can, as well as healthy. And it's hard because if it doesn't taste good, the kids aren't going to eat it. And it doesn't matter how healthy it is if they don't eat it. So we're always trying to try new recipes, implement new things, and follow regulations to make it as tasty as we can for our students.
Can you like put salt packets out if they want to add?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
If you have it out there, you have to include it in the analysis. So any seasonings, any condiments that you have available for the students also get included in your analysis.
That was
So yeah, if
actually
you have a bunch of salt packets out there, they'd have to put that in their analysis.
that was actually one of our biggest audit triggers. Was a risk factor was if we had salt available for students. It was gave us a red flag.
It'd be interesting to note over time if like kids eat less or what they're eating less of because of all these restrictions. I mean, because I'm sure the state assembly people, I've seen their diets. It's not so good.
But I think as time goes by, the kids are getting used to it.
Right.
They're getting used to that whole grain. I think there was a pushback when we first started that. But the kids are like, oh, this is normal now. And as the sodium levels come down, they get used to a little less flavor.
The whole grains that got implemented in 2010. But those who are about in their junior year right now, they already have been eating that since elementary school and coming up with it. So they are used to the whole grain tortillas, the whole grain bread, and the differences of what they eat here in school as well. But if it wasn't for software, this is very difficult to see, how many calories and sodium in each item. And one thing that the students really love is when we have our condiment bar out there, we have pickles and jalapenos. So our condiments are very high in sodium. And we have to include all of that in our software. No matter what we put out, has to be included. So then we try it's a balancing act with, can we serve this? We can't serve that. And we have to try to mix it up to make it good for the week.
Fewer pickles.
Do you mind sharing what software you use?
Yes, it's called eTrition. It's a menu.
Nutrition, okay.
Nutrition. It's a menu planning. It's used also for our point of service, and it gathers all the information together.
So if you add something and it goes red alert,
Yeah, it'll give us on our when we print out our report, it'll give us not compliant and give us a big old red.
Too much sodium. Too much fat. One of the struggles is our meals are so healthy that sometimes we have a hard time hitting our calories.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We have to up our calories, but reduce our sodium at the same time. How do we? Yeah,
and reduce our fat. So it gets difficult. So
HHS you just flipped the pyramid.
The pyramid, yes.
And I guess whole milk is now a good thing again, which it is. And so, here again, it sounds like it's going to have to be, is it state assembly or Department of Ed that sends the stuff down?
USDA.
For the USDA,
Yes.
but you said California is more restrictive in a lot of
Yes.
things.
Yeah, but it'll start at the USDA. So, Christina, you can talk about the process. But it basically, the USDA will implement rules, and there's an input period, and then those get turned into regulations and law. And then the CDE basically implements it in this way. But then California can have more restrictive. They can't have less restrictive than the USDA, but they can have more restrictive.
But that calorie thing, especially for athletes,
Right.
crazy important.
So, but it will take some time before, the flipped pyramid turns into law, and we have, steak and full fat and beef tallow on the line for kids. But hopefully that comes with a higher reimbursement since, steak's expensive. So, hopefully they,
Back to school if they bring in steaks.
hopefully they're spending some money with that steak and butter and beef tallow.
That's funny. I need your vote, Mike.
I go. These are just these are just a few of the proposed legislation that's happening right now. The ultra processed foods, and this is plans to phase out those high processed foods. Again, we have all the way up until 2020 or 2035 until manufacturers need to jump on board. However, they know this is coming. They've already started to phase out some of their products. Condiments are the big kind of the processed items that they're looking at. So we'll see how that affects us. And then we have already, the last 10 years, we've been really good about requesting from our vendors to have more clean ingredients. For myself, I will tell a vendor, please don't come unless there's no TVP or soy protein in this meat. And it needs to be whole muscle. We don't want pressed meat. So we've already been doing that for years. So we've been ahead of this. So we've already been doing it. Manufacturers now need to step up and bring their items to us.
You do know there's around 10,000 or more different chemicals that go into our food. I wrote a white paper specifically on food safety, and it's very detailed in the amount of cancers and deaths that occurred over the 50 years that we've been implementing those into our food. But they're removing all the neurologically some of the dyes. And that
yes, so I'll get to that one too. Just one more note on the manufacturer items. What's high usually in sodium and in processes is items that are IWs, which are the individually wrapped meals. We do not do individually wrapped meals. We don't do any lunch items. We haven't for years. We might bring in one little item just because of the contents, but normally we do not. I ask for no IW. We do everything that's called bulk. So we will bake it off ourselves and then we'll wrap it ourselves. Or we call it fast scratch. So it's not fully scratch, but it's fast scratch. So for the dyes right now, we have for a few years to actually meet these dye demands. However, manufacturers are already doing it, especially for schools. They're taking out the dyes. They're using some things. I'm going to pass these out just to kind of show you. These are our hot Cheetos, and this is our #1 chip seller right now in our schools. But if you turn it around and you look at the ingredients, they have already changed them.
They use beet juice?
They're using carrot powder, beet powder, vegetable juice. So they've already taken them out. And this was very quick. This law is not even saying they have to do it right now. We have a few years from now, and yet they're already doing it. So they've done that already. PepsiCo products, they did it on a dime. So we've been able to, and of course our students love these because it's like our #1 seller. But you don't really taste a difference. The color is still kind of looks a little red. It's not probably as that dark red that you're used to seeing on there. Our Tyson chicken product has also taken off their dyes as well. So they're going for it.
They're replacing nitrates in that with celery salt and that too as preservatives, which is really going to make a difference.
Yes. Yeah. Can you tell the difference? Can't tell a difference at all? No? Yeah, okay, good.
Or is it because they're
You're used to them. So our students are probably already used to them, so they're the store ones, they have probably a little bit more time. But they're just other things that we try to make sure that we are doing our best to implement the new rules as far ahead as possible. We're always looking for new ways to abide by all the regulations that we have. And I also hope you guys enjoyed your meal, your supper. That is a school meal.
Yep.
So you had exactly what our students had. We actually tested out the spring rolls on you all to give us a little bit of feedback because we're testing those with the students right now. So yeah, okay. And as you heard, the dietetic guidelines have changed. They're usually changed every 5 years. It usually takes quite a while for it to get implemented in schools. If there's any changes, one of the couple of things that's on there is they're highlighting protein and more protein to be for breakfast, more protein on the menu. We're testing out hard-boiled eggs right now for breakfast. So that's something that we're going to be testing out. It's coming in another week to try. So those we are trying to do more of the protein, and we offer vegan salads and all different kinds of things in the morning.
I've heard good things about the chicken Caesar salad.
Yes, that is a favorite.
We've tried all kinds, and the kids just love the Caesar.
I love the Caesar. We have tried different kinds. The SB 393 is just really updating the public standards that you're all hearing about. They just want to strengthen the language about healthy meals. This SB 225 about providing guardian meals during the summer. I'm not sure if that one's going to even pass. It's out there. It's asking for during the summer when we serve students, especially at our parks. They want us to be able to provide meals to the adults as well. We typically do not provide meals to adults. So I'm not sure. Again, we'll see if this one goes through. We have an update for you. Okay. All right, so this is just a snapshot of our fund. We are one of the only departments in the school district that is self-sustaining. Do not take any money from the district fund. It's all we make our own money by the state and federal funds we get for reimbursable meals. The higher participation of meals, more revenue we come in, and we also have cost that goes back to the district. So the higher revenue for us, more money comes to the district as well. So we have our revenues and our expenses. These are the reimbursements that we get for each of the meals that are we get for each lunch and breakfast and also our supper. So we do provide 3 meals a day at the comp sites. So we provide 1 breakfast, 1 lunch, and then the students can come after school and get another meal. And this is very helpful for athletes who are there for their clubs.
Go straight from. I have a question related to if students are not participating in the meal, are we theoretically leaving money on the table?
Correct. Historically, even being here, we have always done between like the 50-55%. We were just in a wellness meeting asking why. What about this other percentage of students? What can we do? Some students bring their meals home from home, and that's something we can't, help with students and parents who want to send their kids with their meals. We also do have a population of students who have high social anxiety. Right. And then there's another population of students who just want to socialize and they do not want to come get their meal. So they want to hang out with their friends. And if their friends are not getting food, then they're not getting food. That's just kind of what happens.
You notice a difference between the breakfast, how many students come for breakfast, dinner?
Yes. So we actually are one of the highest school districts around that have the highest participation for breakfast. Our auditor when she was here, was very surprised that our breakfast and our lunch numbers are almost the same. And that is because we do the second chance breakfast at nutrition break. Mm-hmm. If we served breakfast just before school, we would probably only be serving about 300 kids. Mm. So we serve 800 to 900 students within 10 minutes at nutrition break. So
amazing.
at one school.
At one school.
So it's amazing that our breakfast numbers are very high. And
I'm wondering, just as I'll bring this up as a parent who was used to making lunch every day and wanted to send my 9th grader to school with his lunch, and he laughed at me. I also didn't want him to take advantage of the free lunch program, but I think there's some education that could be done with parents and students that we are perhaps leaving money on the table, or just more education around the benefit of the students utilizing the meal programs. And especially with athletes, I know that's a big deal too, because I know they're hungry after school, but they may not want to go, or yeah, they're always hungry. But I feel like, and I'm on the board, so I should know this, but we just don't always know what we don't know. And so I see a good opportunity to do more education, and however we can support that.
we do have, our department has a social media account that we use. We have 3 posts that go out every single week. Also, our district provides information about our meal program on their social media. We do try to encourage coaches to encourage their athletes to come get a meal. We had one time at Escondido High, we had a coach over there that would make their kids go get your meal and then come back. So, some of that extra help to encourage students to come get their meals and to participate with us. We would love extra participation.
Yeah.
And we have our student favorites. So, and we do know that Mondays and Fridays are our lowest participation rates, and Wednesdays are our highest.
Do you have any idea why?
So what's Monday and Fridays? Usually the lowest attendance for us.
Okay.
I mean, that would pretty much correlates with attendance with participation.
One nice thing that one of the high schools, I know Orange Glen does, they have students when they're coming through, the freshmen, when their orientation, they actually come through the lunch line, see how it is. They get a meal. They don't put their number in because they don't have it yet, but at least they get experience of how to do it. Yeah. And it helps with participation and what they can do and how to do it. And I love that. I wish all the schools did it.
Were they nervous? Were they nervous? Okay. Okay. Thank you.
So some of our menu highlights, we have between like 3 to 4 hot entrees every day. We have vegan salads. We have a vegan option every day. We do vegan nuggets. So we do have that on our menu. One of the things that we do know, it's seasonal. We do increase hot items during the winter, go back to colder items during the summer. We see how students start to go towards the colder, like salads and sandwiches and yogurt parfaits. They do that during pretty much the warm months. They don't kind of stay away from the little bit of hot food except for pizza. We have fresh fruits daily. Again, we have all the subgroups that we need to abide by. Some of our students' favorites, they like the cucumbers. We do have little packets of tahini that are kind of like salt, but the students love those with their vegetables that they eat. They will request it. We do have to minimize that because of the sodium content, so do hand those out as asked.
You order fruit from local farms that are delivered weekly, and it's a harvest of the month. We do anything from passion fruit to dragon fruit, kiwi, just to expose kids to different variety.
We have avocados in the spring. We put that on the condiment bar and with their tacos, and definitely a favorite. And then I think there's one more. I think that's it. Oh, that's it.
I just want to say that I'm really impressed. Like, I'm the one that wanted to see this. You guys nailed it. And you guys are doing a great job. Super impressed. Thank you so much. Not just the presentation, but what you're doing in schools. I'm like, wow, I'm going to come eat here.
Yes, absolutely. Come and join us.
Thank you.
Any more?
Thank you. Great job.
questions?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you for the snack. Okay, that brings us now to section E on our agenda, which is our public comment section. Item E1 is a report from CSEA. Do we have anyone here this evening
Gonna
to
have to
do
move that down here.
report? Don't see any movement in the chamber, so we will move to item E2, which is the report from ESTA. Do we have a representative here? Thank you. Mr. Gellermini.
Joe, don't you have chips for us? No snacks?
I'm not even allowed to have technology, Bob. What would I be doing with chips? I have to stand here and give you guys handouts. Come on.
I'm a boomer. It's okay.
I'm just Joe. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. As I begin, for the record, I would like to say from my heart, God bless Bob Weir and all that he has ever stood for. Over the past 11 years, as ESTA's negotiations chair, I annually, at a minimum, invite each school board member, either as a group or individually, to meet with me at any time during the year and discuss any budgetary items, negotiations, district reports on those things, and to give the teacher's perspective. I repeatedly offer the Escondido Union High School District School Board an opportunity to understand teachers' point of view and to get information, actual facts from outside of the vacuum in which they operate alongside the EUHSD cabinet. By the way, I use the phrase actual facts purposefully. Instead of accepting my repeated invitations, only one board member ever in my 11 years ago, by the way, accepted a 15-minute meeting. The school board ignores this opportunity, instead choosing to force ESTA to speak at board meetings if we want to attempt to let the truth be heard. Of course, this is not communication between the board and the district teachers. This is public comment. There's no give and take. There's no discussion. There's no discourse. There's no looking at facts together. We are often limited by time constraints, board member interruptions, and we are not allowed the usage of technology to aid us in presenting information to the board and the community. Thus, the self-imposed vacuum that this school board operates in alongside the district cabinet acts as a sound chamber. The same information is continually exchanged until it reverberates enough until both sides working together call it the truth. The Escondido cabinet reports what this board wants to hear about budgets, LCAP promises to the community, student and school achievement, negotiations, and all possible matters. In turn, this board asks loaded questions of a cabinet that only presents what this board wants to hear. In order for this school board to truly govern this district, which is what you were elected to do, you must seek to understand the views of all stakeholders and constituents. In order to fulfill your obligations to the community of Escondido, you must never make empty promises to constituents or stakeholders. Invariably, this behavior will lead to the demise of this district. Rather than showing your disdain and disrespect for teachers by sniping at us during board comment time at the end of these meetings that are prolonged by personal stories and reminiscences, meet with us to discuss the facts. Meet with us to understand our offer. Meet with us to learn the truth. Or eat your chips, Bob. Since this podium Only during public comment time allotted to ESTA is the only opportunity that the teachers of Escondido Union High School District, whom I represent, have to present untimed and thus uninterrupted facts. And since ESTA is not afford the usage of technology during this time, unlike the district cabinet during their presentations, I've made copies of 2 documents, both presented to this board by this cabinet recently. The first 2, and there are copies for audience members who would like them as well back there, since again, I can't, you're looking at there. Yeah. Anyway, the first 2 pages are the budget that this board adopted for the current school year, 25-26. Please note that at the bottom of page 1, 5% calculated reserves, which are the legal floor, the minimum, for the unrestricted balance for reserves for the Escondido Union High School District in 25-26 are shown to be $7.24 million. In 24-25, the EUHSD school district, hoarded 48 million unrestricted stakeholders' dollars. In the 25-26 school year, the district currently still sits upon a mountain of taxpayers' dollars that have been misspent, which represent promises to stakeholders and citizens in that LCAP presentation and many other district presentations that have gone unfulfilled to the tune of $40 million. Again, the legal floor is 7.24 million. We have 40 million. The cabinet likes to call this deficit spending since the reserves actually dipped from last year to this, from 48 million, which was over 6 times the legal floor, to now 40 million. That's not deficit spending. Deficit spending would be going below the 7.24 legally mandated floor. Instead, that is spending down bloated reserves that were promised to stakeholders in the form of grand LCFF programs, only partially funded. The third page, through the end of the document you have, displays a copy of the presentation given to this board regarding the proposed 24-25 budget and the multi-year projections made by cabinet. Famous multi-year projections that the board likes to ask cabinet for. Another of those sound chamber discussions that the board and cabinet like to have. These documents were reviewed and accepted by this board. Pages 4 through 6 of this proposed budget presentation, the EUHSD's cabinet multi-year projections are stated there, which culminate on page 6 with multi-year projections for the unrestricted fund balance. Those projections by this cabinet said that in 24-25, the district would only have 34 million reserves, yet, as I just showed you, you had 48. For the 25-26 school year, cabinet projected that the unrestricted fund balance would be $22 million, as you can see right in front of you in the documents you approved. Of course, this is ridiculously less than factual, as $40 million, 18 million more than projected, still flood this district's reserves. On the same page, we see the projection for the 26-27 unrestricted fund balance reserves. The district cabinet says the reserves will dip perilously close once again to the legal floor of 5% at about $8 million, which is above the legal floor, but they say it'll dip down there. Based on what we've seen for the past 9 years now, the projections are so far off, it is ridiculous that any reasonable person would accept them as fact or even good representations of what may occur. They are highly erroneous. They're right in front of you. Again, you have accepted these documents. After Ms. Phillips' budget presentation in the January board meeting, this board asked, what if we gave the teachers what they're asking for? Would we be nearing the 5%? Yet another vacuum question that they can enter into together because Ms. Phillips goes, oh, of course. Okay, well, I'll have to plug that into the multi-year projections. That'll bring us down to 5%. So somehow, by giving us COLA, which the district already has and has nothing to do with reserves, somehow, by paying for the increase in the cost of our insurance and for a small raise through compression, which would be more than paid for by the SERP that this district is enjoying the benefits of soon. Instead of that, we're going to project somehow that we're going to drop down. What is that going to be now? $32 million in 1 year is what you folks are saying you believe the cabinet is telling you. I challenge this board at the next board meeting, after you've had a chance to ask questions and do some research, how have our reserves gotten to this level? And why do you allow it? How, based on everything that we hear all the time, does this occur? And why do you allow it? I'll be awaiting that rather than sniping at teachers' comments and telling us you want to blow air horns while we speak. Thank you.
We now have comments from the public, and I do have 2 speaker slips, not in any particular order. Well, they are in order. Okay, we do read them in order. So number 1 turned in is Mike Sovacle. Michael Sovacle. Okay.
Sir Sovacle.
Members of the board, good evening. My message tonight is to you all and you all only. No disrespect to the district staff on the other side of the dais, but my message tonight is coded in the essence of elected officials working on behalf of their constituents. You see, I spent the last week introducing my students to their new course, American Government. And in using the state adopted standards and district curriculum for government, I tell my students in the syllabus that, quote, we will study our government and the U.S. constitutions in the hopes of answering these questions. Number 1, what is the purpose of government? Number 2, how does/should the government work for the people? Number 3, how does the Constitution and the Bill of Rights limit the government and protect the people? And number 4, how can we ensure that our government is accountable to, quote, we the people? When thinking about what to say tonight to you all, my elected officials, I thought it was appropriate to practice what I teach and share my thoughts in accordance with those 4 questions. So let's start with number 1. What is the purpose of our government? In this context tonight, the purpose of the government, you all, is to serve the community by ensuring that the district staff run the district so that all stakeholders in the community are taken care of and valued. While you all do a very nice job of recognizing students for their successes, informing parents of school events, and honoring district staff when they win awards with the help of teachers, I wonder if the actions, guidance, and directions of the board also ensure that their teachers and counselors are valued too. Question number 2, how does/should the government, the Board of Education here, work for the people? The answer in short is to ensure that the tax dollars your constituents are spent in a way that best serves a community made up of students, parents, and the staff members of the EUHSD. My good friend Joe explained to you all the numbers aren't numbering. The math isn't mathing. No district our size should be sitting on a reserve of $40 million while holding out COLA and a fair deal from the staff that they depend on to deliver the education. I know some have different views about how a board should get involved with the operations, but I wonder if you all think you've been involved enough in ensuring that those tax dollars are spent in a way that best serves our community. The good news is, though, when some of you and I, Bob, I'm thinking of some sped stuff, have been on the same page, we've been able to do some good things for the community. Question 3, how does the Bill of Rights limit the government to protect the people? Well, I could go on for hours on this. I'll keep it short tonight. The Bill of Rights allows people like me to address those in power directly to help fix the problems in our community. I have to say, though, usually, and here's again looking at you, Bob, you guys conduct your business
typically in the spirit and letter of the First Amendment, so thank you. The last question, how can we ensure that our government is accountable to we the people, is the most simple answer. We can vote. And when we vote, we have a choice. We either choose to keep the government and the elected officials in office because they're fulfilling their purpose, or we can choose other folks who might be more in line with what the community wants. The good news again is that you all have the power to ensure that you are being good stewards of the district's funds. If you all do this, which in some cases you have, then the voters will have no choice but to keep you in office. If you all don't do this, then there's only one other choice. So let's work together, ESTA and the board, to ensure that the teachers and counselors are valued. And as Bobby Weir would say, fare thee well now. There's nothing to tell now. Let the words be yours. I'm done with mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Our next speaker we have this evening, Doug Paulson.
Good evening, everybody. Doug Paulson, community member and a retired teacher from this district after 29 years. And I want to say, first of all, congratulations to our cabinet, Dr. Casas, to our teachers, to our students and families for making progress academically. That is what we're all here for. I know that you all agree with that. Thank you also for really understanding that, yes, we improved this year. Yes, we have reached that state standard, that state level, and there's still more we can do. Dr. Casas, thank you for always understanding that we may be as good as the other schools, and it's not good enough. So thank you. Hey, first of all, I did not coordinate with Joe Gellermini on my message tonight. Because we don't do that. Been here for 29 years, labor unrest. I always thought this is just how school districts operate, because for 29 years, I have experienced labor unrest all my career, maybe a little more recently. Then I went and became a board member on the elementary district, and I learned that, you know, there are some things we can do. And I just want to say, it seems to me like maybe some of this labor unrest that is pretty quiet tonight, but is going to get loud again when we go back into negotiations, could be mitigated by better communication. And I'm not talking sitting and negotiating. I'm talking about just communicating. A couple things we do in the elementary district. We have our cabinet meets with union leadership, both classified and certificated, every month. Every 3 months, cabinet, school board, the entire school board, and union leadership meet again before a regular board meeting. We don't talk negotiations. We don't talk money. We talk concerns. We talk about different things that we're thinking about, programs, what's going well, what might be able to be done better. Incredibly valuable for making sure that everybody understands what everyone else is thinking, and for understanding that all of us are in this for students. And I believe that every one of you is in this for students, and we just need to understand each other better. The other thing we do, we visit classrooms on a regular basis. Our superintendent, I'm not calling you out, John, but our superintendents are in classrooms 3 days a week, every morning, usually with board members, so that when things come up, we know as board members what the reality is in the classrooms. And I just think we could do wonderful things for our district and our community with better communication.
Thank you, Doug.
Especially fashion.
Thank you very much, both of you, all three of you for comments this evening. Bringing us to section F of our agenda. Our Educational Services Division, we had item F1, approved on consent, bringing us to item F2, which is to approve a proclamation for career technical education to be celebrated in the month of February. And I will turn that over to Dr. Casas to introduce us.
Thank you, President Knight. We recommend that the board approves the attached proclamation for CTE month to be celebrated the month of February, which coincides with National CTE month, celebrating all our wonderful programs that exist currently in our district.
I know proclamations have a lot of whereases. Do I have a motion this evening to approve the CTE proclamation?
So moved.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second, and I'm sure there's some comment that might want to be made around CTE month. Dr. Vincent?
And I think we've come up with a baseline strategy that will help all students. And these pathways will both help the students go to higher education, both pathways, if they elect to do so, as well as career pathways. So we're just preliminary meeting, and we come up with some really good ideas on how to enhance our CTE program. So all students get a chance in their profession they select in the future. Right now, as you can see, there's like 42%, I believe, of the students that do not carry on to a higher education. So we need to help them and fill that gap by allowing them to expand on their CTE opportunities. And if we do so, then we're giving all of our students opportunity to succeed and be able to advance in their career opportunities in their profession they selected. We've looked at a wide selection of the CET programs that are currently out there, and we would like to be able to enhance some of those so it's beneficial to the students that don't have the opportunity or financial opportunities to exceed to a higher level of education. But both pathways allow them to achieve that if they elect to do so. So we believe in that choice, and it's not a vocational school. I want to make that perfectly clear because I know a few folks have talked about it, but it's a CTE apprenticeship direction as well as college pathway. So I think it's a good opportunity for our district, and we will allow all of our students succeed in this program. Dr. Cassis, do you want to add to that?
I think you covered it, but I think more importantly, we have a board workshop coming up.
Yeah.
We'll go more in depth to what Dr. Vincent is explaining.
Thank you.
And later in our agenda, we'll approve our updated board workshop scheduled for the month of February, which is a great month to be talking about this. So we will hopefully be approving a change to the February 17th to have a board workshop to discuss in-depth CTE programs across our district.
Yeah, and unions invited as well.
Yes, everyone, the community. I know it's something that matters greatly to industry, and so we do look forward to.
As a matter of fact, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying we do look forward to it.
As a matter of fact, I have been speaking to union representatives about these programs, and they're very enthusiastic in that. So, yeah. Electrical engineering contractors. Okay.
And so
Not yet.
we do have a motion and a second on this proclamation for CTE month to be celebrated in February. So we will do a roll call vote. With that, student board member Ibrahim, how do you vote?
Aye.
And student board member Bersamina?
Aye.
And board member Weller?
Aye.
Board member Durney?
Aye.
Board member Vincent?
Aye.
Board member Williams?
Aye.
And myself, board member Knight, aye. So thank you. That brings us to
President Knight,
item.
President Knight, at 8 o'clock, can we take a break, please?
Sure.
Okay.
Let's get through this next item, and then that'll bring us to section G. Let's see. Okay, so
Perfect. Okay, so item F3 is action upon the recommended expulsion of accused student for case number 6. So I will need a motion.
I move to accept and approve the recommended expulsion of the accused student for case number 6 from January 3rd, 2026 through at least January 13th, 2027, and to accept and approve the stipulated expulsion agreement.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. And with that, it's a roll call vote. However, I believe student board members do not vote on expulsion. So board member Weller,
Aye.
board member Durney,
Aye.
board member Vincent,
Aye.
board member Williams,
Aye.
and myself, board member Knight, aye. And that will bring us to section G, which is our human resources division. And we will take a short 5-minute recess. So returning back.
I'd like to have Joe and Mike.
About 8:03, please.
Joe and Mike, you're invited to the workshop if you're selected to come. Yeah.
Doug, thank you.
I'm sure my wife.
I'll send you. Mike makes a ticket.
No, it's just. Yeah.
Talk later, Mike.
No, they have it. Mike has like 12 of them.
Bob, you got it on there? Watch your back around.
With me? No. Not now. My daughter actually does. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. We are going to reconvene at 8:05. Thank you. Next on our agenda is Section G, our Human Resources Division. Item G1 was approved on consent. Bringing item G1 and G2 were approved on consent. So item G3 is to approve a proclamation for National School Counseling Week, School Counselors Helping Students Thrive, to be celebrated from February 2nd to February 6th, 2026. And I will turn it over to Sharon, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm pleased to bring forward for the board's approval this proclamation in recognition of the important role our school counselors play in the lives of the students and families of EUHSD. The proclamation designates, as you had shared, the week of February 2 through 6 as National School Counseling Week with the theme of school counselors helping students thrive. As you know, our school counselors are essential members of our schools. providing comprehensive supports that address the needs of the whole child. They play a vital role in fostering students' academic, social, and emotional development. As dedicated professionals, our school counselors help our students thrive and ensure they are well prepared for their futures. Again, this proclamation is a small tribute to their work, and again, I'm pleased to bring it forward for the board's approval.
I'd like to move to approve this.
Second.
Okay, wonderful. We have a motion and a second, and I know this proclamation every month is very meaningful to you. Board Member Durney, I don't know if you have any comments you'd like to make.
Yeah, just because my son is a counselor, high school counselor, and all of my kids are involved in mental health in one way or another. So definitely, I'm all for this one. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, our student board members have gone home for the evening to pick up on their studies and get some rest before classes tomorrow. So the rest of the votes will be all the elected board members. So Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Board Member Durney.
Aye.
Board Member Vincent.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. So that passes. Bringing us to item G4, which is to approve the proposed 2026-2027 school year calendar. And Sharon, please.
Thank
I
you.
was gonna make you a doctor.
Appreciate that. Thank you. This item is being presented to the board for approval. This is the proposed student academic calendar for the 26-27 school year. This recommendation comes from our district calendar committee, which is made up of parents, certificated, classified, and administrative representatives, as well as representatives from ESTA and CSCA. The proposed calendar aligns with the Escondido Elementary District for the 26-27 school year.
Wonderful. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Board Member Weller.
Aye.
Board Member Durney.
Aye.
Board Member Vincent.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. Okay, thank you. That brings us to item G5, which is a public hearing on the initial proposal from the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association to the Escondido Union High School District for the 2026-2027 negotiations. So there is an attached proposal from ESTA to the district brought to the board on December 16th, 2025. It was available for public review beginning on December 17th, 2025, and is now ready for public hearing. So I will open the public hearing at 8:10. And do we have anyone who wishes to speak to this initial proposal? Okay. Hearing none. No one wishing to speak to this proposal at the time. We will close the public hearing at 8:10 p.m. and 30 seconds. And that brings us to item G6, which is the initial proposal from Escondido Union High School District to the Escondido Secondary Teachers Association for the successor agreement 2026 for the year 2026-2027. And the attached proposal in the agenda is the district's proposal to ESTA for the successor negotiations for 2026-2027 and will be available for public review in the Human Resources Department beginning January 14th, 2026. And then the hearing will be next month for that. Okay. We need to vote on this.
Nope.
Nope. Okay. That brings us to item G7, which is to receive the Williams report for the second quarter of 2025-2026, October through December of 2025. And I don't believe there's anything on.
Informational item, and there were no complaints to report.
Nothing to receive at this time. Okay, and that brings us to H, our Business Services Division. And I know we've had some items pulled off of consent, so we will vote on all of these individually. So item H1 is to approve the purchase orders, contracts, payroll register, salary, and commercial warrants for the month of December 2025. It was reviewed in advance by Board Member Weller, which is a practice of our board to rotate through the board members that review the purchase orders. And so how do we want to do this? Do we want to allow Amanda to speak to that at all, or did board member?
Pretty routine. Yeah, so pretty routine unless there's any specific questions.
I would say that you entertain a motion.
Entertain a motion, okay.
And then have discussion.
And then discuss. Okay, so do you have a motion to approve item H1?
So moved.
Okay, and
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Thank you. Board Member Weller, did you have any specific comment?
Yes, for those watching at home and even those here, item H1, approved purchase order contracts. First of all, thank you, Amanda, for all your hard work and keeping this organized and all. As I was going through it, I found it kind of interesting that there was one item in here in an effort to sort of appease some of the people that were paying attention in great detail to what's actually going on in the district. Line item number 27339 from December 11th, Community School of San Diego High School, NPS contracts for $80,000. One of the things that I've really have thought and learned over the last 3 years being on the board is that we do have a lot go through on consent. And I feel like as board members, especially with things that are ranging in the close to 100,000 and those are above, that maybe we spend a little more time at a board meeting, just really kind of exposing it to the world as well. So I don't know if you have that information exactly right now on that 80,000, who the community school, I did a little research on it, but Amanda, if you want to kind of go into that a little.
The basics from my lens, and then I can toss it to Dr. Casas if he knows any more. I know this is a non-public school. The actual contract was approved on our annuals contract back in May. And so typically we have several non-public schools that we use every year. So there will be several that you see on our May annuals. And then once we either know we have a student or they know they need the non-public, the master contract through the SELPA, they put the contract through, and then that's when you see the actual blanket amount come through on the purchase order report. So I'll kick it over to Dr. Casas if he has any more information on the actual school or a student.
No, I can share generally about MPS schools. These are students that we send that we cannot serve either in our IOP Journey program or our Mod Severe program typically because they have typically excessive medical needs or mental health needs that we just can't serve, or in some cases residential non-public where they actually have to live there. And so the district takes measures to have those contracts already in place in case we need to move a student there and if they have space.
So effectively, it's special education.
Correct.
Okay, great. That answers my question. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And just thank you for bringing more awareness to our process and at times individual line items that are relevant. So thank you that we have a motion in a second. So Board Member Weller, how do you vote? Aye. Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent? Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. And that brings us to item H2, which was also pulled from consent. So item H2 is to accept donations and to authorize the clerk of the Board of Education to send letters of appreciation. And turn that over again to Amanda to share any relevant.
So this month we had several donations to our CalSave Teen Parent Program, which is pretty typical. They tend to get several donations on a monthly basis. And we also had a grand piano actually donated to Escondido's music department. That's actually the sum of our donations this month.
Okay, thank you. I'll call for a motion to approve.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
And a second. And then I'll provide some context. I also sometimes kind of go past these without really taking a really close look at some of the donations that are coming through. While it was not on this month's donation, there was a significant donation by a community member that I would like to discuss during our Public Facilities Corporation meeting that I will bring up that came last month's meeting. And so just the opportunity to acknowledge that, and I will do that during the Public Facilities Corporation meeting, but it was something that was approved on consent in the December meeting, and perhaps some of the larger donation items, let's say of significant monetary value, and I'm not saying gift cards are not, but sometimes like something in the excess of 30,000 or a one of 3 donations that may lead up to about $150,000. Those might be things that we would want to publicly discuss and acknowledge, because those are significant investments that are coming from the community to our district. So just wanted to give some context to that, and thank you, Board Member Weller, for pulling this from consent. And with that, we did have a motion.
I did have a couple comments on actually this month. Well, also this what you just brought up is going to relate to item number 4 that comes up in a minute regarding the tennis courts. But also on this one, the Cal Safe Teen Parent program, where is that run? Like what school is that run out of?
Orange Glen.
Orange Glen. And so things like the dolls and stuff like that. So the program is for students that are pregnant or have small children. Okay. All right. And then
incredible program we've had in the district since the 70s, I believe.
Yeah.
And students from all campuses can.
When I was walking precincts, one of the people in the neighborhood was like, you guys really need to keep that program.
Yes.
So I got it. So then the children's books, do we know how many or what the titles were or anything like that? If not,
They,
my wife's least favorite book on the planet, A Bowl Full of Mush.
they are books intended for the babies, I mean, like between 1 and 3 years of age.
Okay. Well, thanks for highlighting that, and I'm glad we have the program. Thank you.
It's a very good program. I support it very strongly.
Thank you. You've made a donation as well. Quietly. Yes, thank you. So with that, we did have a motion in a second. Board Member Weller, how do you vote?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Thank you for your donation. Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Your donation. Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. Okay, and then item H3 was not pulled. That will bring us to item H4. Item H4 is to accept First Serve Productions, Inc. contract as complete for the tennis court resurfacing at Orange Glen High School. And do you have any comments to make on that? Yeah, we'll need a motion to approve that item.
Motion. To approve. To approve.
Second.
Who did it first? William?
Williams. Yeah, we'll give it to Ryan.
I think 3 of us.
Okay, Board Member Williams was second. Okay, so discussion on that.
So as it relates to the master plan, you know, it's funny because I don't really play tennis. However, it would be fun to have the ability to go on the courts and play. But with that said, the combination of what you're going to bring up in the, what you're going to bring it up in the.
Well, we're going to have a
that's right.
facilities,
The
or not
facilities
facilities, our
master plan,
facilities corporation meeting at the end.
But there's that $30,000 donation from last month for softball lighting, and the fact that the tennis courts are not lit, and we're also doing resurfacing. I just wonder if it makes sense, unless there's a significant trip hazard on the courts, that we maybe look at this on an entire bigger picture. Just a thought to discuss. So, I mean, I'm totally in favor of having the courts resurfaced, but if that were to prevent other things, or if they're going to be moved because of the master plan, just wanted to bring up further conversation on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're accepting it as complete.
This one is done, but that does show an investment we've made in our tennis courts. So I'm very pleased to see that and look forward to further discussion during our facilities corporation meeting.
So Bob, you get to use it.
No, I
So-
can't. No, you can't come on.
No
Nope,
lights.
that's something we need to
Correct.
discuss.
So with that,
I
we
would
have
like to add that that's a matter of routine maintenance. The basketball courts in the gyms, for instance, the floors have to be resurfaced periodically. All of our courts have to be resurfaced, or they won't be usable. So this is a matter of
The
maintenance.
safety issue?
Good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a
Mr.
second.
Mr. Santos knows about basketball court resurfacing needs.
With that, how do you vote, Board Member Weller?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And Board Member Knight? Aye. Thank you. And the next item is H5.
Which is already passed.
Oh, that's
Five
right, we
was
pulled that,
deleted.
we deleted that one. So item H6, which is also being pulled to adopt resolution R 2025-2026/16, authorizing district to purchase staff devices from CDWG utilizing Cal Save contract AEPA number 022G, comprehensive product catalogs for technology and audiovisual equipment, general hardware and software category. So I will need a motion to approve this resolution.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion
A second.
and a second. And Amanda, if you just have any context onto this purchase of $250,000.
Absolutely. So this is for staff devices, as President Knight mentioned. Our devices are typically on a 4-year cycle. So we try our best to refresh our staff and our student devices on a 4-year cycle. So this does about 150 staff devices, and it's budgeted out of our tech budget. So it's an annual line item that we have budgeted every year.
So when you say staff devices, are we talking phones, computers? What are
Laptops.
laptops? And you said there's about 150?
Yes.
So 250,000 divided by
$1,600.
Okay. Reasonable, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Close enough. Government work. So
Can I ask a
The phone
question?
might be a little less, and then you have some taxes and
yeah,
recycle fees.
it's okay.
And all that.
Software. Yeah. Can I ask you a question? What happens to the old devices? What do you guys do with those?
That is the one item that didn't get pulled. That's
Yeah,
H3.
donations.
So we have a surplus properties. So sometimes we can recycle them, sometimes we surplus them, and sometimes we can donate them. It just depends the age of the device, the requirements of the device. So it depends. Sometimes they're too old. We can't do much with them except surplus them, make them go away. Sometimes we can sell them and actually get some cash back from a public auction. And sometimes we can actually donate them and they can get used by
Where do you?
And there's
donate them?
computers to
computers
kids.
for kids.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I would.
So they
okay.
all have different requirements. So depending on which devices and what we have, we can source them however is best for them.
I would have loved to have seen the word laptop in here, but you know, that's why I asked. I didn't know like audio, video equipment. My
It's
son.
just the name of the contract. Or
The reason I brought it up, there are some countries that don't have laptops or desks in schools, and this would be something that would be like good as gold for them. So we don't do anything in that way for international donations.
I don't know how. Maybe if we had some sort of partnership, maybe.
We'll do the research on that.
Well, definitely, because there's a lot of, it's a big deal even having desks and that. So I would like to maybe see if I can find out. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. We do have a motion and a second. So Board Member Weller,
Aye.
Board Member Durney,
Aye.
Board Member Vincent,
Aye.
Board Member Williams,
Aye.
and myself, Board Member Knight, aye. And item H7 is to adopt resolution R 2025-2026/17, authorizing the district to purchase student devices from Dell Marketing, utilizing the NASPO contract number 23026, an addendum number for the computer equipment, peripherals, and related services. And so this is also a significant purchase of approximately $780,000. So I'll need a motion to approve this purchase.
Move to approve.
We have a motion.
Second.
And we have a second from our computer guru. And do we have any other discussion on the purchase of the student? I'm assuming these are laptops as well.
I can throw in, these are for students. This is the next cohort. So this is about 1,450 student laptops that we're buying, and these actually get funded through LCAP. So we have these in LCAP now, I think for several years now. LCAP's been purchasing our student devices as a part of the one-to-one program.
Is this Dell computers that you're?
This is a Dell contract, yes.
Okay.
So,
So,
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
go ahead, please, Ryan.
Oh, my question was to you. Is there a reason why you wanted this pulled?
Well, it was for $750,000, and it's important to know what that is, kind of shed some light to the community primarily. I have been doing some reading, though, that it'd be some interesting long-term research to do that as digitization or computerization of schools has increased, student understanding and has gone down. And so being a boomer, having no computers growing up, there was we all had books. And I have 4 teenagers that have either been through the district recently or in the district, or at least in the charter district. And I know that working on computers is not the best way always to learn things. And so something just to bring that to light about how much computerization do we really want to have for the kids in their learning. So just something to talk about.
You bring back memories when I used to use a slide rule.
I used an abacus.
Yeah, I
Oh, and now you're making me realize my son chose to do his biology report by hand, thinking that would demonstrate that he put more effort into it than typing it. So I thought that was interesting. He was up late last night doing it all by hand.
Excellent.
Common.
Yeah. Okay, good. Because I was like, really, you could do this so much easier on the computer. Like, what if you what if you spelled it wrong and you have to, anyways, it was cute. And thank you for discussing it. We do have a motion and a second on that. So Board Member Weller.
Aye.
Board Member Durney.
Aye.
Board Member Vincent.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight. Aye. Thank you. And item H8 was not on consent, but was because it's looks like to adopt Resolution R 2025-2026/18. It's for an emergency waiver for Del Lago Academy, additional first responder radio repeaters and extenders. And I'll allow Amanda to please provide a little bit of context on this because this was a little bit of a surprise to us.
And us as well. So around December 17th, we had a routine inspection with our fire marshal, and we've just come to experience that their radios in the gym and the theater are not connecting with headquarters and with themselves. So not our emergency radios, the fire department's radios. And obviously it's important for them to be able to talk to each other and talk with their headquarters. And so they've actually written as a requirement that we need to make we have to add repeaters and extenders so that their radios work in the gym and the theater. That way, if there ever were to be a fire or an emergency there where they're responding, they can communicate with themselves and headquarters. And so we've communicated with a company. There's very few that are certified to do this work. And this is kind of the estimate that we've gotten. We're hoping this is higher, that there's some buffer here. But this is going to be outside of the routine, get a bid process, because obviously if there were to be an emergency tomorrow, we want to expedite this process. So an emergency waiver to kind of go outside of the routine bid process so that we can expedite the process, get the vendor in, and get the repeaters going.
Do we know if they upgraded equipment or changed equipment, or how that wasn't determined at the time the school was opened?
Not to our knowledge.
Okay.
So it's a safety issue.
It is, absolutely.
Okay, and they're directed by the fire department.
Yes, and we do have a new fire marshal.
They're not willing
Just
to.
not sure, yeah.
There's a new sheriff in
This
town.
radio is extra special.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Why is it our responsibility?
No, it sounds like
Their
a very-
radios,
Is there any
air
legislation around that?
infrastructure.
Our
Yeah.
building.
The public contract? Oh, no. Anyway,
Our building.
okay.
You don't want to push back on them.
I know.
It's because of the emergency nature of this that we're asking the board for a waiver from the typical bidding process so that we can get the radios we need immediately for the sake of student and staff safety.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. I will need a motion. I don't think I got one on this yet.
I'll move to approve.
Thank you.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Board Member Weller.
Aye.
Board Member Durney.
Aye.
Board Member Vincent.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. Thank you. Item H9 is to receive the audit report for 2024-25 school year. And I will turn it over again to Amanda. Thank you.
Yes, so this is a routine. Typically, we do this in December. We're a little month behind thanks to the federal government shutdown. That delayed part of the audit that the auditors are able to actually use. So they didn't have the entire audit guide. So unfortunately, they had to wait on that to finish our audit. But luckily they finally got it and they were able to finish our audit a little later than usual. But here we are with a finding-free audit. So I just thanks to my team. They're fantastic. And I appreciate the hard work that they do. This is by no means an easy feat. So I appreciate the hard work that everybody does, the school sites, our ASBs. We nag them a lot, make them do a lot of tedious work because of this, but this is why. So that's it. It's all information. The whole audit is there. Happy to answer any questions.
What flags? Can you summarize any flags that they've found?
Or no findings or fiscal recommendations.
Nothing.
So I want to say last year we got phone calls to chat with us, or was that just because I was president?
Because you were president.
Did you get a call?
Not yet. No, it was last
be-
year. Would have been you.
it
I
will
will
be this
get one
year.
later.
You have
Okay.
a call for this audit.
So we're gonna approve this. We're supposed to approve this right now.
It's an informational item, but
Cool.
it's being presented to the board.
Thank you.
For you to vote on.
Perfect.
Question, the auditing firm, Christie White, right? So I recognize that name after the last few years. How often do we change up our auditing firm?
We haven't in my time here. It's one of those services, so it's at our choice. If we choose, we can use others. I've asked other districts. It's sort of if you have an issue, you can go find somebody else. I think they've been fantastic. So I personally don't need. Heard some not so great things about other audit firms that are out there. So there's no like bid requirement or time threshold or anything like that where you're only allowed to use them for X number of years.
Board Member Williams, I was gonna load it in ChatGPT and ask questions and tie it to the LCAP, which I didn't get a chance to, but I think that'd be awesome. You should do that. Start asking, because it helped me with some other government contracts that I was dealing with. And ChatGPT was actually very accurate on pointing out things that are not always seen. So
And hallucinating too.
Yeah, I'd like to see some type of rotational schedule when it comes to an audit. So if I know we always get good grades from an audit standpoint, which is awesome. It's kudos to you and your team on doing that. But if you're always using the same firm and you always get affirmative great remarks that can be inconsistent.
I'm in agreement on that.
So
would you
I'd love to see
suggest
some type
every
of
5
rotation.
years or?
No, I'm not in audit.
No.
So I can't say what that timeline should be, but I would like to see us looking into some type of.
How long we've been using them for?
I don't know off the top of my head, to be honest. I just know we've at least
As
the 8
far
years.
as I remember, this is the folder that I always see every year. I don't know, John, if you remember if this was
I don't know the exact
okay.
date in mind.
Probably not.
I know that when I was CBO in Valley Center, I switched to using Christy Knight because they're really good.
Okay, thank you. And since this is not an item we actually need to vote on, there's no vote on this. We're receiving the audit report. Thank you to all staff that participate in this, because I've seen from a nonprofit side how challenging these can be. I can only imagine a government one. That brings us to district operations. The first item on district operations, I-1, is to revise the schedule of dates and times for our regular board meetings, special board meeting, and board workshops of the Board of Education for 2026, as it was originally adopted on December 16th, 2025, by rescheduling the February 3rd, 2026 board workshop to February 17th, 2026. That's what I was referencing earlier in the meeting. So if I could get a motion to approve.
Can I ask a question before, or do we, after we do an approval?
Well, motion. Yeah, I make motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, and what is your question?
What's this board workshop?
This is the CTE board workshop.
And budget. Typically, the February 3rd workshop is our budget workshop, in which we really present to the board the governor's proposed budget and its potential implications on our budget. This year, we're also proposing to add to that presentation our CTE discussion.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And staff is recommending moving it to February 17th to maximize the number of board members who will be able to attend in person.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Board Member Weller?
Aye.
Okay, Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. Okay. That brings us to item I-2, which is to adopt recommended revisions in Board Policy 3470 under Business Services. And this is related to debt issuance and management. And we looked at the initial changes last month. Superintendent, do you have any other comments on this?
I will turn it over to Amanda Phillips.
Correct. And I don't think, except I think we did tweak your recommendation, Ryan, and made that a little more streamlined and not duplicative there. Oh, that was the only change from the last meeting, but otherwise a very, very minor change from the original.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve or adopt the recommended revisions?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Board Member Weller?
Aye.
Board Member Durney?
Aye.
Board Member Vincent?
Aye.
Board Member Williams?
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. And bringing us to item I-3. This is to adopt recommended revisions and additions in Board Policy and Administrative Regulations 6141.2, Educational Services. Let's see, and this one is related to recognition of religious beliefs and customs. So I would need, okay, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Casas first to present.
Thank you, President.
Thank you.
This is now the third time the board has seen this BP and AR. We've adopted the recommended changes from the board during our last board meeting. Additionally, we are committed to share with parents when we do share out our opt-out form that they have the right to religiously opt out of material that they have religiously want to opt out of. We're committed to sharing that during our registration process and also at the beginning of every semester, which would happen in August and in January. In addition to that, when we do send that communication out, we will guide parents how to access our board approved curriculum on our district website. And we will have a school point person or a point of contact if parents have questions at each site to guide them how to fill out the opt-out form and ultimately how to turn it in. So there's the BP, the AR, which has the adopted recommended changes from the board. And when we do send out that communication that they do have the right to religiously opt out, we have guidance on where they can find more information about our curriculum and also a school point of contact.
Wonderful. Appreciate that point of contact. I know that sometimes you just don't know who to talk to, who's the right person to go to as a parent. I do appreciate kind of knowing that's the point person on this. And I think as we discussed before, it wasn't something that we wanted to create more work for their teachers. And so to the extent possible that this person on each campus could work with parents to determine their students' classes or what it may be, rather than putting that on the teacher. I think that would be great. In order to have discussion on this, I guess we would need to have a motion to approve
Move to approve.
and a second.
Second.
Okay, do we have any discussion from the board?
Yeah, you had mentioned, I believe, President Knight, that was it going to go out in the general packet for beginning of year, or was it going to go out individually? Like, there was some conversation, I want to say, I believe that I was curious.
Right now, if I recall, it was an online box that I clicked or something.
Yeah, it doesn't currently exist to this degree. It exists for health, but this would be an extension of that health opt-out. But our plan is to include it in our registration forms in a little bit more detail that happens before the beginning of the school year during the registration process. But on top of that, during the beginning of the actual school year, within the first 3 days, it's like, okay, now you should probably have a syllabus from every one of your teachers.
Okay, got it.
And take a look at it and review that closely, because you do have the right to opt out under this Mahmood Supreme Court case. And here's the form that you should fill out if you find something that you want to opt out of. And here's the process. So we were committed to doing that in August, but also in January at the beginning of every semester.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That sounds good. So we have a motion and a second then to approve. Board Member Weller. Oh.
Aye.
Board Member Durney.
Aye.
Board Member Vincent.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight, aye. Okay, thank you. Brings us to item I4 is to adopt recommended revisions in Administrative Regulations 4161.1 and 4261.1. Oh wait, there's a bunch more. 4361.1, 4161.2, 4261.2, and 4361.2, all in the Human Resources Division and related to personal illness, injury leave, and personal leaves. And you know, there were a lot of them and cleaning it all up. So is this handing this over to Sharon for introduction? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, this is being presented to the board for approval. There haven't been any new changes to the policies from the first reading in December. As you said, these are revisions that have been made. They're recommended by changes in state law and CSBA. The reason for the many numbers that you called out is because they're being made to all employment groups, so that's certificated, classified, and management.
And each one. Okay, do I have a motion to adopt the recommended revisions as presented?
I'll move to approve.
A motion
A motion to approve.
and a second. Thank
Second.
you. So we have a motion first by Williams and a second by Vincent. Board Member Weller,
Aye.
Board Member Durney. Did I miss you there, Board Member Durney? There you are. Aye. Board Member Vincent.
Aye.
Board Member Williams.
Aye.
And myself, Board Member Knight. Aye.
I believe it's almost midnight his time.
Yes, I know you're probably getting very tired. Hang in there. Thank you. So that does bring us to item 5 there, which is our board member reports and comments. Board Member Durney, if you'd like to go first, if you have any comments, board report.
No, nothing really this time.
Thank you for joining us from Florida. And Board Member Weller.
Um, I'm glad you're president. Thank you. It's been very fun focusing on content and not having to run the meeting. I appreciate the input from the unions. Interesting, it's very interesting the tone that's used. We get a lot of comments from the public, and there's always like, well, we should meet together and we should talk together. And with the attitude and the tone, I'm like, why would you want to meet with someone like that? And yet at the same time, the content that is being discussed is extremely important to us. We are digging into the details. And so I would just appreciate maybe a little bit more either lightheartedness or friendly tone as opposed to condescending. The teachers do work hard. The teachers are actually counting on the union for many things. And so the longer that this goes on, the more anxious teachers get. And there's two sides that need to come together on this. And because of various confidentiality laws, we're not able to discuss that from the board. Needless to say, we're very much in favor of making sure our teachers have a good wage and our staff, not just our teachers, but all our staff. And so to the degree that we are painted as disconnected, money hungry trustees, that's not the case. And I'm sure that when this is all, a final deal is negotiated, that I think the district will be very happy. So I'm glad that Mike Sovacol brought up the Bill of Rights, which allows us to address free speech so that when it comes to our turn for board member reports and comments, we can say what we like. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Board Member Vincent.
Well, thank you for this opportunity, but I just wanted to say that when I was elected, I did reach out to the union and asked to meet with them to talk about what their concerns were with the school district specifically. And unfortunately, none of them, did not get back to me. I reached out a couple times and that just to talk about the students, the teachers and all that. So it's not like we haven't reached out. I have, okay. And I've got the emails to show it. So secondly, we have a fiducial duty as trustees and governance to not talk about certain things in public and that we have to let the cabinet do what they're responsible to do. Okay. That being said, I believe that we have to work together for the betterment of the teachers, the community, and the students. Okay. And that's our goal. So at the end of the day, I wanted to say that it's not like I have not reached out to them. And this was at the beginning of the election, after the election period. I did wanted to hear their concerns about where we're heading in the district and that, okay? Secondly, I wanted to say that I'm very honored to be a part of the math workshops and that we're having, and Dr. Cassis and Bob and others are doing a phenomenal job. And I'm glad we got the elementary school district, which is really important because they're the ones that are going to help us build the curriculum and the strategy to help improve math in the high school district. So we're all working together, and that's very important. The other thing I have to say is that I'm very excited again to be a part of a really fantastic team and building a really strong CTE program. And I can say that I think this is going to benefit the district. I think it's going to create more jobs. And on top of that, we'll probably bring in and recruit new students into the school district is what we need because we are seeing a decline. So I think if we lay this out correctly, we will have a good strategy in place that will help increase enrollment. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comment. Board Member Williams.
I don't have a lot to say today. I'd more or less just welcome back everybody from the break. Welcome back the staff, students, and All of you too. So I'm gonna call that good for tonight.
Thank you. I guess my comments, I wanted to thank our board member from the elementary district, Mr. Paulson, for joining us tonight and sharing a recommendation that I think is very valuable. I have always been concerned about board members individually meeting with representatives from the unions. And quite frankly, I'm someone who believes that how you approach things, your approach, how you really matters. And I don't know about anybody else, but over my time serving on this board, the approach has been incredibly intimidating. And I believe it has been intended to be intimidating. And unfortunately, the two individuals that have probably intimidated me the most, and I'm being incredibly transparent right now, are not in this room anymore. But that is probably the number one reason I have never accepted an invitation to meet one-on-one with those individuals is their approach. However, an organized meeting between the board and the district cabinet and the representatives of the union could be a very valuable opportunity to have just a dialogue in general that might be less intimidating. So that would be an approach I would like to further discuss. And so I wanted to thank our partner district here for sharing that, because I've always wondered why negotiations have gone so well in other districts. That might be one answer, but that's just something I wanted to share. And guess that's probably it for my comments for this evening. I know we have another meeting to have, so we'll get going with that one as well. So item I6 is our superintendent's report. So I'm going to turn that over to you, Superintendent Peterson.
Thank you. January kicks off our spring semester. We're now 1 week into the new semester that ends on June 10th. We're excited for our students and for our seniors in particular, who will be wrapping up their K-12 experience in just a few months. January is also School Board Member Month. Time to recognize and thank you, our Board of Trustees, for your dedicated service and leadership. You volunteer countless hours to guide the district's vision, set policy, and ensure strong governance and support of student success. Your commitment to public education, thoughtful decision-making, and advocacy on behalf of students, staff, and the community plays a vital role in the continued strength of our district. We are grateful for your willingness to serve and for the time, expertise, and care you bring to this important work. So congratulations for School Board Month. Next Monday, all district schools and the district office will be closed in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I'd like to close my report by quoting Dr. King, "The time is always right to do what is right." Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Very nice report. Thank you. Our dates to remember, item where are we still on I? Yeah. I7, dates to remember, January 19th, as you said, 2026 is Martin Luther King Jr. holiday, and all schools and the district service center will be closed. February 10th, 2026 will be the regular meeting of the Board of Education here in this room. February 13th and 16th, Friday the 13th and Monday the 16th, President's Day holidays. So our students and staff will be enjoying a 4-day holiday. Hopefully everyone gets to really enjoy that. And on February 17th, since it was approved earlier, that will be the board workshop at which we'll be discussing the budget and our CTE programs. So we do not have any remaining comments from the public, and we will continue into closed session following this meeting. However, we do not anticipate having anything to report out following that return back to closed session. So with that, we will adjourn this meeting at 8:56 p.m. And anyone who wants to stick around, do have another meeting coming up right now.
We do.
So I need to get to that. It is here. Oh no, it logged me out.
Are we going to present stuff?
Yeah.
We have the Public Facilities Corporation annual meeting starting as soon as we can load our agendas.
Start with the paper one, remember? Okay. Yep. Right. Okay. So I will call this meeting to order at 8:57 p.m. This is the Escondido Union High School District Public Facilities Corporation annual meeting on January 13th, 2026. We still have, or do I need to call? Well, so we have the established quorum here. We do have all board members present, with board member Durning attending virtually. So item 2 was comments from the public. Do we have any comments from the public?
I have not received any speaker cards. I'm not aware of any public. Does anyone wish to address the board on this, this issue?
Okay, so item A3 is recognition of board members and new officers of the Escondido Union High School District Public Facilities Corporation. So the new officers are as outlined in the bylaws of the Public Facilities Corporation. I, Christy Knight, in my capacity as president of the Board of Education, am the president of the Escondido Union High School District Public Facilities Corporation until our next annual meeting. Ryan Williams, as vice president of the Board of Education, is vice president of the Public Facilities Corporation. John Peterson, in his capacity as superintendent of the school district and secretary of the Board of Education, is secretary of the Public Facilities Corporation. John Peterson, in his capacity as superintendent of the school district, is executive director of the Public Facilities Corporation. And Amanda Phillips, in her capacity as assistant superintendent of business services, is chief financial officer of the Public Facilities Corporation. So we don't need to vote on that. We simply recognize that. Item A4 is a status report on the construction of school facilities projects, and I will turn it over to Ms. Amanda Phillips to present a brief presentation on the construction of our school facility projects.
See if the clicker works for me. Oh, great. So as we said, this is the gathering of the annual Public Facilities Corporation's meeting in May of 27. Just to give you a super brief reason why we're here, the Board of Education approved the formation of the Escondido Union High School District Public Facilities Corporation. At this time, the desire was to pursue alternative funding, such as certificates of participation or COPs, in order to construct the learning centers at our comprehensive high schools. COPs are commonly used by districts as alternative funding to general obligation bonds or GO bonds. And so we did that in 2007. And then in 2010, we did another round of COPs to fund the purchase of the Escondido Adult School building on Crest and the building of Del Lago Academy. At this point in time, since all the projects have been completed and all the funds have been long spent, we use the annual meeting as an update to the board of district-wide facilities projects that have either been completed or in the works. So that's what we're doing tonight. So first, we always just like to talk about the broad overview that our maintenance does of about 10 classrooms a year. We carve out budget in our routine restricted maintenance funds of classroom remodels, so carpet, cabinets, ceiling, paint, so just a total refresh of 10 classrooms, wall to wall. So lucky 10 teachers.
Is it a lottery? Just kidding.
Mike closes his eyes and picks his favorites. No, we go by, which classrooms need it the most. It's usually kind of a chunk at a time. But no, he really doesn't pick his favorites.
It's not school. It's not all 10 at one school, perhaps? Or?
So they do their walkthrough and then go, oh, this is time to get this done.
Quick question. How many classrooms do we have total?
How many classrooms do we have total?
Yeah.
Approximately 10, I think. On the document here.
350 plus or minus.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Sometimes we can do a little more, but yes, it's a long time.
The slow process.
But I mean, you think about when we did a bond or you do COPs, you get a whole refresh. So they're not just waiting for these poor little, this poor little 10 allocation, every year. There's other ways where it's good. So routine restricted is 3%. So this money is basically 3% of our expenses. So it's about 4 million, 4.7 million. So that needs to cover all of projects and all of the expenses. So there's bathrooms, there's just a lot of things that need to cover with that amount. I'm sure if Mike could do more with that, he would.
Oh, so you don't want to do disruption of the classes, so it's okay.
All right, Scott, can you click for me?
You should come up here.
I've pointed this thing at.
Tired. There it is.
So the next one we'll talk about is the Escondido Performing Arts Center. So this should be actually finished in the next couple of months. It'll be about $900,000 all in once we're done. And we actually funded this one through the Arts Music Instructional Block Grant. This is what it looks like, right? Maybe it might look a little bit better. I'm told it's the sprinkler system that is holding it up. And once we get that sprinkler system in, it's going to be like a whirlwind and it'll be done like that.
When
Is that federal or, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. When do you anticipate it to be finished?
Next few months.
Can we go do a audit?
It says right there.
You want to go visit? Absolutely. It'll be
I'd love
beautiful
to.
from what I'm told.
I love visiting the
Absolutely.
classrooms.
Absolutely.
Was that a state or federal block grant?
I believe it was state. I believe it was state.
Just curious where the money comes from.
So next, you'll see the San Pasqual Ceramics Classroom. This was also the Arts Music Instructional Block Grant. And this one is about a $200,000 renovation. You can't see it, but I believe they also got a new kiln. And so that's probably tucked away in the back of that room that you can't see.
Is this existing?
It was an existing classroom that got remade, yes.
Oh, it looks like they kilned it. Sorry.
A good one,
God
Bob.
bless you. Late.
At 9 o'clock at night, I'll take it. This you see here, some improvements and new equipment at CalSafe. We were just talking about CalSafe earlier. So we actually had a new canopy, some playground equipment, and we kind of split the ground with Easter Seals. So we partner with Easter Seals. They actually provide reimbursement through a grant for the little babies that come with us. So they actually funded almost all of the new canopy, about $40,000 of the $52,000 the canopy cost, and then all but $20,000 of the rubber groundwork that we had to lay. So
Easter Seals is another incredible community partner that provides childcare for our students at the adult school. I'm assuming many of our students through CalSafe. So thank you to Easter Seals.
Yeah, so we provide the, it's like a partnership. So we're actually providing the childcare, but we have an MOU with them. And so we just make sure we follow all the rules and use the reimbursement, and they give us it's like a pass through almost.
Okay.
It's a good partnership. This one is in progress, should be done by March. I know you can, but it's about $155,000. This will be the new music room at San Pasqual. This will be Mr. Lund's room.
What makes it unique for being a music room?
Well, before, I actually remember sitting in this room. It was very cramped. The kids with all their instruments, and there were like lockers, but they were just, it was really cramped. So it's gonna be, I mean, you couldn't tell from that picture, but they're gonna have much better storage for all the instruments. The spacing is gonna be much better. The
Acoustics is going to be better. Oh, that's really good.
Rehearsal rooms as well. Yeah.
all those things. Oh, too far. There we go. EHS turf and track. So this one is all done. This was the last of our 3 fields that got new turf and a brand new track. So we funded this through our facility funds. This was about $1.3 million. And so it is beautiful.
What's the feedback from the community? Have we got any?
I'm sure they're thrilled. We always got a few complaints about the track not having some little bumps and dips in it. So it does not have those anymore. So, but it has some great graphics in it now. So working great now. I found the spot. So Escondido Stadium, we're putting the LED light that we have done at SP and at the other stadium. So here you can see one of our guys right up there. And they're also doing it at the baseball field because this is one of our baseball fields that has lights already. So we're making sure to do the LED lights at the baseball field as well.
President Knight, did you have any thoughts on the lights?
Finish, well.
Okay, that's fine. Just thought I'd.
There's a slide at the very end for you to talk about.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, about $600,000, and this will also be done in March. I lost the magic spot. There we go. So this is the tennis court that we just said was complete, funded through routine restricted maintenance, about $90,000 to resurface the tennis court.
Look, there are lights.
There are fixtures, but they do not work.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're gonna move on because it's too late.
Sounds like a train.
There are fixtures and there is infrastructure. You did catch that.
Didn't know.
You have a quote to make those lights work too, Bob.
I think.
So we have new bells and clocks at San Pasqual, also funded through routine restricted maintenance. It was about $200,000. And that you can see just the zoomed in picture of the inside clocks and then the outside displays that are in the hallways. Oh, too far. The kitchen project at Escondido is still a big dirt lot. It's funded through a variety of places. So our facility funds, we have some state grants, which are called KIT funds, kitchen infrastructure. I forget what the T stands for right now off the top of my head, and then student nutrition is also able to pitch in for some allowable costs in construction. So overall, it'll be $7.3 million once we get through some easement issues that we are running into.
Oh, no.
Okay, we're gonna get through it.
Oh, okay, good.
I have several questions on this.
Yeah.
First, let me make a statement for the community. When they see 7.3 million for a kitchen, look, as you might have seen earlier on the food and nutrition, we're feeding 1,000 kids in basically 10 minutes. Okay, 3 times a day, twice a day, breakfast and lunch. So you need a kitchen that can handle that volume. So one, I have a hotel restaurant background. When I first saw the number, I was kind of shocked. And then they reminded me how fast and how many. I was like, we're good to go. Number 2, what are they doing to feed the kids? Like, how's the food being handled now?
Yeah, we have an outdoor tent actually for them. It's set up. I'm geographically challenged sometimes, but there is a big outdoor tent, and they've set up essentially 3-4 speed lines.
Got it.
So, and that's how they're running the kids through, and they're probably feeding them faster now than they did when they had a kitchen. Because they have the speed line system versus the windows, which is what we need to go to feed kids faster, is get away from the windows that traditional high schools have had for years and years and get to that speed line system. It's just high schools tend to be a little afraid of the speed line because they think the food's going to disappear. But it's the way to go, and kids can see the food, and it's better for them if they can actually see what they want. They're more likely to take fruits, vegetables, and all the portions.
How was it before?
It's a window. It's like you go up to the little window, kind of like a bank teller.
Oh, really?
You go up to the window and then you just kind of
what
you want.
Nice.
You shove it through the little. window, but a speed line's much more efficient. You can serve a lot more people more quickly. And it's just a friendly, appealing way to provide service.
So
At EHS, we kind of had to just implode the whole kitchen, literally.
probably a great idea. It'll be great when it's done. Easement issue with who?
City.
Of Escondido?
Yes.
And can you give a little more detail? Because I'll walk over to Dane's office in the morning. This is crazy.
The kitchen, so Escondido High is the second oldest school in the entire county.
Right.
It's our oldest high school.
Yeah.
So there's just been some surprises as we dig underneath, some surprise sewer lines, surprises under there. And so when you find surprise sewer lines and surprise water lines, we have to move them. And
Any other surprises? I mean, there's a lot of pipe work going on there. Yeah.
So we just, and since there's easements, we have to work together. We have to work together with the city to determine where to move those lines to.
Are they acting in a reasonable amount of time? Because from what I understand, the planning department is rather not good words.
And a little slow, but we just
Okay.
had a holiday. So we're hoping that now that we're back from the holiday, we'll get through this.
Dane, I'm sure you'll hear about this tomorrow. Thanks. Not happy.
Yeah.
CTE funded projects. So while I don't have some photos of these, I did want to mention we do have some new light fixtures for our wood manufacturing innovation and design classes, or wood and metal shop, at San Pasqual and Escondido High School. We also have a new tool room for at Escondido High School's manufacturing innovation and design class. And we did a new canopy for OG's auto shop. And projects that are starting soon are San Pasqual softball field lights, which is funded through a donation. We also will be getting some basketball cage at San Pasqual that is basically a donation that's also funded through the boosters. And then Orange Glen and EHS will be getting their new bell and clock system. That's funded through us, the general fund. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, so here's, what I was kind of referencing earlier. I think it was in our December board meeting, we approved a donation of $30,000 from a parent, I believe, construction company that's affiliated with a local nonprofit called One More Win. For even further context, the parent is a graduate of Orange Glen High School. The other nonprofit founder of One More Win, Jesse Lozano, is a radio DJ here in San Diego County, also a graduate of Orange Glen High School. That program, One More Win, or that nonprofit, has been actively donating all kinds of sports equipment across the county to various school districts. And most recently, this donation, what I learned of, is coming through specifically to do lighting on our softball fields. Our softball, baseball fields across our district, the only school that has lights, from what I understand, is Escondido High School. After further asking more questions, that also came from a donation at some point in time. I'm not sure when that happened.
It was done by the city. So the city used to run the baseball.
They used to run lights. Oh, they had, okay. So,
which is also why Orange Glen had lights at the tennis courts, because the
city had put that in there. Okay. So, I also know, because my son has played baseball for years, but is now a freshman at that school, they are really hurt. They have to wrap things up very quickly when the sun sets. There is no lights on those fields, and Escondido High School's fields, the baseball fields, have been coveted fields from not only, I'm sure, across our district's teams, but many youth teams across our city that look to rent fields, that look to rent out baseball fields in the evening and that sort of thing. We just don't have enough to fulfill the need in our city for the amount of kids that play baseball and softball. This is an opportunity in time. From what I understand, we're receiving a $150,000 donation from this organization, this nonprofit, to do the softball lights. We recently adopted our facilities master plan, and we know that that's a living document that can change. And from what I've researched, I believe our lighting of our baseball fields were maybe priority 2. However, I strongly feel that when you have a donation of this magnitude and an opportunity to perhaps let that living document live right now and change some priorities to something that would be a priority number 1. I also have more context that this board many years ago set aside $2 million to go jointly with the city in building a pool or renovating a pool here in the city. Those conversations stalled for quite some time and have gone in other directions while we have done our best to do what we can with the city to have discussions about a pool. It's not going to happen anytime soon. The city has pretty much told us that there is years of deferred maintenance that they need to do. And the elementary district has had a unique opportunity to partner with the YMCA for their pool. So we still have $2 million that were set aside to go towards a pool. And I believe we have a unique opportunity in time to redirect that money towards creating more equity across our district for all of our softball and baseball fields at not only San Pasquale, Orange Glen, and perhaps a softball field at Escondido High School. I don't know exactly which fields would be needed, but also I was married to somebody, my husband was in utility design, and you need to do these things all at one time. You're often using the same poles, you're often using a lot of the same infrastructure, and you're seeking city permits or different things that can be done more efficiently if you do it all at once. I understand that a donation is a unique thing, and I believe the parent has a construction company, and this construction company might be doing the work for this lighting project. I also know a normal process by which you would go out to bid and like that. However, I also work for the county, and remember there are unique opportunities to do something like a sole source type contract. In order to do something like that, you usually have to be able to justify that that organization or company that you're choosing to work with can do something that no other company can provide. Here is a unique opportunity to give, and I'm just putting it out because I'm fully transparent about the way my mind works and how I want to think strategically about this. I don't want to do this short-sighted. I don't want to be like, okay, yep, that donation's coming in, and it's creating more inequity across our district. Okay, so this is really important to me that we take this opportunity, and I'm not trying to say like, oh, we're going to give this guy a bunch of business, but we have an opportunity to say there's no other organization or company business that's going to step up and do this work for us. And while that family or parent, I don't know what they were told, that's not a priority to the district, maybe that's what they were told. But you step up with making a donation of like $150,000 to do something like this. And I see a really great opportunity to leverage this donation, leverage this company to do the work across our district. And it's something no other organization out there is providing to us. No one else has come to us and said, we'd like to donate lights to your field. So this is huge. And so I know as a board, I would love to discuss how we might redirect that $2 million that has been sitting there for years, set aside to consider a pool. And I'm not saying we abandon the idea of a pool. As a matter of fact, I'm going to use the B word right now, the bond word, because our district has not gone out for a bond in an incredibly long time. And I'm not saying we're right in a position right this minute to go out for a bond, but doing something where we make an investment now to leverage this donation and perhaps make an investment that creates more access, not just for our own students on our teams, but creates more access to our fields, perhaps our tennis courts, if we're able to do a large scale lighting project. I also know how wonderful the lights have been on our football fields, and lights create safety and security for our schools, creates more community involved, like more opportunities for youth in our community to be participating in sports. It also creates more competitive sports programs for our district that will increase enrollment and will. So think you guys get it where I'm going with this. So I don't know if there's any more context.
You had me at pool. I'm serious. I can't believe that this district does not have a pool.
Well, and that was what a pool would
Seriously.
require us to go for a bond, honestly.
We're missing out on probably future Olympians.
No, I mean, and it's true right now. We had our San Pasqual water polo team. Well, my son wasn't playing at the time, but last year these kids won the state CIF championship, and they borrow RB's pool. They have to go to RB High to use that pool. So a pool is a priority, but a pool would require a bond. And a bond would also allow us to do some incredible stuff with our CTE programs and more stuff across our campuses. So hope I wasn't
Dr. Cassis, you're itching to.
Yeah, no, I just want to echo some sentiments that President Knight shared, and I've ran into her at a local community sports hub in Forest Ranch where they do have lights. And I just want to echo the point that we know that students that live in our residential area make the decision not to come to EUHSD early. They choose the charters in elementary school. And the point I'm trying to arrive at is when students are playing in the youth competitive level fields, and the more access that we give to these youth clubs with lighting, they start identifying with the school.
Right.
They're like, look at all this access that we have on this campus. And the more you can get brand identity into families and to kids, the more likely they are to stay with us. And so I just wanted to echo that point because it is something that also will generate revenue for the district.
Yes. And I mean, that's not our number one priority, obviously, to say, oh, we're going to rent out our fields and make a bunch of money. But this is something where, you know, I know we have to do work across all of our campuses in every area. But this is an area where eventually it's going to pay for itself. Eventually, right? That's the goal, is like you make this upfront investment, and at least it's hopefully a net neutral at some point, and or at least generating enough to help pay for the electricity, whatever it may be. But I don't know what that would look like to redirect that $2 million. Maybe you could help me understand what we said and did when we put that $2 million aside.
We had an MOU with the city to set aside $2 million of our facilities funds towards the construction of an aquatics complex built by the city. They have deferred maintenance needs in the city that are going to make the feasibility of a major aquatics complex quite distant into the future, not impossible. I don't think we need to necessarily cancel the MOU that we already have with the city. As long as we have $2 million, we can keep that MOU alive. If we were to reach some point where we've expended all facilities funds and we've got nothing left, then we might have to tell the city we need to cancel this MOU. But I would keep the MOU alive, or in the hopes that there may yet be a chance to go forward with.
When was that MOU drafted?
In 2022.
So 3 years ago. Because I'm thinking, as Dr. Casas was saying, softball, soccer, football, 1,000 kids might use it. As much as I love swimming and water polo and all that, you know, probably a lot less would be using the pool.
And I'm thinking that, no, I don't agree.
Well, and
Yeah, there are fewer students in the aquatics compared to all other sports programs across the district.
Just
but
thinking lights or.
I would keep in mind, though, that the elementary school district just entered into a project with the YMCA. The pool is now ready, and they have a vision for teaching swimming to all of the elementary kids in the
That's cool.
city. So we're in a situation where all the kids coming to us in the 9th grade know how to swim. So we could
could change
definitely
things.
grow our
Yeah, but
aquatics
they're gonna-
program in the future.
I'm sorry, but what if they want to carry on?
right.
Right, and the facilities we
plan
have
there?
are, the facilities we have are inadequate. We're relying on the pools at Grape Day Park and Washington Park and partnering with the Poway School District to use their pools. And the pools that we do have in the city, operated by the city of Escondido, do not have 2 deep ends. So they are inadequate for water polo.
Yeah.
And we really would like a double deep pool.
You mean
They
they
want to
want
stand on the
some
bottom and
diving.
cheat?
Huh?
Like the water polo, do they want to stand on the bottom and cheat? That's why the deep
Right,
end.
they can't.
Well,
Diving.
I mean, the board can provide direction to
Investigate.
prioritize lighting. And perhaps in the back of our minds, we're thinking, because the aquatics is not something that realistically is going to happen anytime soon, so let's prioritize the lighting. I don't think we necessarily have to abrogate or cancel the MOU with the city right away.
Okay.
And we think we can keep that alive. And like you said, if we do a bond, then perhaps at one point in the future, we would have the money to do our own aquatics complex on a smaller scale, but an appropriate pool. The first step, anytime you're thinking about doing a bond, the first step is to simply authorize the district to poll the community. There are firms that specialize in helping school districts determine whether they should move forward with the bond project by first polling the community to see if they would support a bond.
And I strongly believe making an investment like something like this will create really good community will. I think the community would be excited to know we're making some of these investments with the hope that potentially we do leverage that goodwill in the community to get the favorable response we would want to see for a bond. I don't know how anybody else feels, but I know that this, again, somebody who has seen the amount of kids in Escondido that play baseball and softball. There is a lot. Our kids play soccer, baseball, and softball. I'm sorry to the city, they don't play hockey. They play soccer, baseball, and softball.
And I was very sad.
And football, but we have a lot of
I
football.
was very sad when they shut down the Isoplex because I play
I know.
hockey.
I didn't mean, I'm sorry, you are, I'm sorry, but
Yeah,
yes.
roller hockey.
So should we make a motion to put it on the agenda for next month to have a further discussion on the lights?
Yeah, a motion, no, but through board discussion here, you can direct us to add things to the agenda next time. We can't take any action tonight because it wasn't
Right,
agenda.
correct. President Knight, let's go for it.
Okay,
But
there's consensus to look at that, and obviously we'd like to see how far that.
I think we would like to be able to present a report to the board, for an informational report, so you can understand the implications of how much these lighting projects would cost, and what levels of funding we have right now for facilities, and so that the board can have a more fuller discussion about whether that's really how you want to spend what little facility funds we have right now on the lights, but we can definitely put that on the agenda, and also discuss whether you would entertain polling the community on the possibility of a bond. You would not be obligating yourselves in any way to move forward with putting a bond on the ballot. Is just getting a feel. Now that we have a facilities plan, the next step would be to get a feel from the community as to whether they would support voting for a bond.
And I would also like to know what grants we have gone after to recoup money on projects we'd already spent. So what we could leverage potentially in the Prop 4, was it, funds that we were looking at?
Prop 2.
Prop 2? Prop 2. And then my other thought was earlier when we presented on LCAP, there was a component of safety. Do lights or those kinds of improvements fall under a safety category? So perhaps we can look at multiple streams of funding that could help us accomplish lighting and more safety on our campuses.
I wouldn't want, we pay for cameras and things. I don't think LCAP necessarily has room for capital improvements.
Yeah.
So, but just, I'm gonna throw that.
They'll pay
2
for the
cents
light
in.
bulbs. Just kidding.
Maybe,
You know,
maybe they
actually,
could pay for some bulbs.
I got a
But
question. I know we just upgraded our security with regards to the badges and that. Do we cover all the schools in our district? Every single one of them?
Yes.
Okay.
And LCAP paid for that.
What's that?
LCAP paid for that.
Okay, good. So can I ask another question regarding schools? What other school districts have them, and are a lot of them?
All the other, I mean,
I would say almost all of them, no, but probably, I know the Poway district has pools at their school sites. Ramona High School has one. San Marcos, they do not have pools. Valley Center does not have a pool. Fallbrook has a pool at Fallbrook High School. Does anyone know about Oceanside? I don't think Oceanside District.
But San Diego is building.
And
now.
believe it or not, San Diego Union High School District did not, but they are now in the process of building a major aquatics complex.
They have to go for a bond for that? I don't know.
They're in a different league.
They
It's
are in a
community
different
funded school.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
Probably have a foundation.
Anyway, I want to thank you for having this discussion. I know it was something that I knew we had to discuss quickly because this is going to move quickly.
No, and I just wanted to let you know that from as far as we know, the nonprofit is not involved in the donation. It is just the construction company.
Interesting.
The check we've received and the intent to pursue that we have an agreement that we've signed is all just with JT Construction.
Got it. Okay. Which is one of the founders of this organization to at least acknowledge that parent, their involvement.
But that's why we did not acknowledge the nonprofit when we brought it to the board. It was just the construction company.
And if you're listening, thank you for this. Again, those aren't the types of conversations we usually get to have with the people making these donations, but I think as a board, we are incredibly grateful for somebody stepping up and saying they want to do something.
And the only reason we're familiar is a couple years ago, the foundation partnered with us before to build the softball dugout. They wanted, and so that was Mr. Young and Jesse Lozana with their foundation.
Wonderful.
They donated a container and they built a dugout out of a container that we helped make a little safer
container homes,
and a little nicer. We helped make it up to the standards it should be.
Boomer Bob here, we had a bench down the third base line, 20 feet off.
So
there we go.
We were familiar with the one more we're in. So but yeah, so
and we're very proud of our OG graduates. Yeah, that they've done something like this.
But we can also talk.
We got great donations.
Oh yeah.
We can talk at the meeting too about your question about whether we could award their company all the work.
I got it. I know. I tend to think as big as possible and find paths to yes. So that's usually what I'm going to be trying to do. So thank you all for that discussion. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Thank you, Amanda.
The last
Thank
one,
you.
I think.
Thank you to all of our facilities team for all your hard work on all of this stuff, all the projects. We are grateful. And I know from the community, we can't always see all of this work because sometimes it's behind closed doors and different things that but I think it's good and wish the community would know more about all these projects. So
These guys do a phenomenal job.
Phenomenal.
I've seen the craftsmanship. You're sitting in here now looking at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yep. Thank you. And with that, we will adjourn our Public Facilities Corporation meeting at 9:36 p.m. Have a wonderful evening.
Thanks for all you do.
Welcome.